Hello.
I realized I was muted and I literally said hello to chat and I was just finishing more setup stuff. Hey Ben, I am. How are you doing?
I'm doing alright.
That's
My
good.
sister got a new dog.
Nice. What kind
It's
of
like a
dog?
poodle, but it's big.
Oh, is it a golden doodle?
I mean it's white, so
Ah,
I don't know.
I mean it could be. I've seen some before. They're a popular breed. I've seen people do. But to first just kind of say hello to stream real quick. Hello everyone. This is not the normal 6 o'clock that I planned on, but I had a couple little things to do beforehand, and I was getting these guys primed while I had the starting stream going. And while I was doing it, I dropped one of my guys, so their arm is off, but I'm going to give that a quick glue, and then we'll be good. Um, but for those that don't know what I'm doing, I am challenging myself to complete the High Fleet Typhon kill team in under 8 hours. It took us last stream, most of last stream, to get these guys built. We got it a little bit under. So I don't know if you saw any of that yesterday, Ben.
I
On
was at work.
No, I figured, but it took me 3 hours and 20 minutes to get these five guys built, which was pretty good in time. So now this stream, it's all just gonna be painting and chilling. I'm gonna do these
Nice.
guys in a couple different ways. The ones that are painted black, I'm gonna do dry brushing with, and then the ones that I painted in just white, I can go straight to doing contrast with. His arm just fell off again. And then the main leader guy, I did the priming in black and then hitting it with a white primer, and then I'm gonna dry brush it white as well on top. I'm gonna wait to do the timer once I have the arm glued in properly. But how have you been? It's been a while since we chatted.
Yeah, I think doing alright. My new workouts aren't too bad.
No, I mean you're only doing 2 to 10. That's not bad at
Well,
all.
it's 2 to 11.
Ah, still that's not that bad.
Yeah.
Fit in like that.
I only have one more Terminator to build.
Oh, nice. Are you gonna work on those tonight, or are you gonna do something different?
Probably gonna do something different.
Nice.
I'll probably get it done tomorrow.
Yes. I haven't messaged you yet or not. Did you want to go to the Brent Fair tomorrow, or do you think your schedule's kind of... Because
When?
it starts at 10. I don't know if I'll be back by 2. And I don't know if I'm staying down there that night or not. Is the other thing.
Yeah, because didn't the guys want a cone tomorrow?
They do? Yeah. We definitely want to game tomorrow. I might come back up. It just would kind of be like a rush for me. So I don't know what time they decide. I'm okay with you guys gaming without me. I'm trying to make sure I get some extra glue on here. I don't think once this thing is painted, it glues very nicely together. Plus, I had a hard time trying to get these guys' limbs glued together and all that. Come on.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a while for it to set.
It does. Is it supposed to be even further up? Is it supposed to be like that? Okay. Just thought I got that arm good and it fell off again. We'll leave it on its side for now. You stay on your side. Other thing I need to find real quick is my painting dish. I have like a little dish I throw paints that I want to do dry brushing with, or don't really do well with the wet palette. I have it somewhere. I know I'm ill prepared. I've not been able to take that extra hour when I get out of work to set anything up beforehand. I saw it yesterday. What drawer did I see it in? Guess I don't have it. I can use something different. I'm just putting white paint into it for the time being, and then I'm not going to do it with anything else. That is a long time silver to paint up one base. But I mean, it's a big model. You want it to be a nice centerpiece thing. Hopefully this matte white's going to be good. Set to the side. So are you going to want to do the same shoulder pad thing with the Terminators that the Chosen are doing, or are you going to think on it a little bit?
Probably. It could be like sort of mirrors to my Chosen.
Yeah. Let me start that timer. Okay, we're starting now. We got... I'm going to say we got 4 hours now to get these guys painted up. Probably doing... What?
It's a good luck.
I should be able to do it. I have a plan for most of these. I'm not going to do, like, as much detailed as I've normally done in the past. I'm probably doing a lot more... There's probably too much paint on my dry brush to begin with. I mean, I could get these guys done very quickly, but they wouldn't look good. I'm more doing this for myself than to see, like, how fast and how, like, well painted I can get something to be. It's just going to be like a fun little experiment for myself.
Yeah.
Silver in chat just said, with his model that he has, he's going to put another 70 to 80 hours in. I don't know if I would ever put that much time into a model, but I hope it turns out really nice for you, man. At some point, we need to schedule a time to play Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, maybe you can do it on stream, like a surprise stream.
I don't know if I'd ever do it on stream. I tried streaming Monster Hunter before. I used it as like I used it with the Xbox and stuff, and it lagged out a little bit. I'm not saying I couldn't do it, but
Yeah. Could probably stream World.
I started with Worlds. That's what I streamed with like before. I don't know if I also really want to
Yeah,
do like.
but you've upgraded your rig, right?
Yes, that is true. I haven't done it since I've upgraded anything. But I don't know if I also want to do. I don't really want to do a lot of gaming streaming on this channel. It's not what I am trying to do here. I don't know. Maybe if I ever get like a community stream thing, that's more what I'm thinking. Like a secondary private stream. Like I know some people do like member streams like with that stuff.
Yeah.
Which I looked up like where I have to be to like get members on the channel, and it's pretty much like getting 1,000 subs and stuff like that, which is already a goal.
Yeah. The milestones.
Yeah, I mean it's the first big one most people do, but I'm gonna be happy with just if we hit 200 within a month. That's kind of my goal right now is to hit that. I mean we're close, so I will say I had a lot of fun building these guys last night. And are you enjoying building your guys?
Yeah. It's always nice to think about what kind of weapons I want to give them.
Yeah. Plus, like, you don't really have to worry, like, when you play, at least for us, you don't have to worry about, like, what sort of loadout you gotta do. Like, with a more tournament, or if you're playing at, like, a store, if you're doing a very casual setting, I think you can get away with a lot more stuff. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
we just play to have fun.
Yeah.
Which I am itching to play again. So maybe me and you can schedule a time to use our painted kill teams. I know yours isn't done. Maybe I think next week I should have them close to being done. I've been doing just different things here and there. Wow, the strike rushing actually looks way better. Oh god. So I was just reading in chat. A guy named Jake just said, "Guess who ordered a box of Mark III Marines and has no ideas for? Oh no, has ideas for some weird Shattered Legion Black Shield warband." Ooh, that actually sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
Do you know what a Black Shield is, Ben?
Not really.
Okay.
But does sound cool.
Black Shield are a thing with the Death Watch. So do you remember in like Space Marine 2 when you play as Titus and you and a bunch of other Marines go into like bomb, like virus bomb the Tyranids?
Yeah.
So Titus in the beginning of that is a Black Shield, and a Black Shield is a Marine that forgoes their heraldry and are more there in shame and all that. Like they walk into the Death Watch and
I
say
see.
like I want to join you as a Black Shield.
Yeah, I think I have heard that. Or at least I know Titus was in the Death Watch.
Okay, Jake just corrected me. This is Horus Heresy, but he is saying I am correct on Death Watch. So is the Death Watch a thing after the Horus Heresy? Because, or I thought it was a thing like during it from some stuff. Also, is that my new nickname now? Like Jake's calling me Swampy. Is Swampy just my nickname here?
Well, if it sticks.
I guess if it sticks. But, no, he says it's way after. Weird Shatter Legion Black Shield Warband. I'm just curious how that's going to be now, because you've piqued my interest on what that is now. Okay, is your arm going to stay? Your arm will stay. I got one last model I want to dry brush. I did the white primer just to see how the contrast would work, but honestly, dry brushing always makes the model look way better than any other way of doing it. I've tried using, I should be doing this style with an airbrush more than a spray can, but maybe I can fix it up if I dry brush the whole model a little bit. I figured with this guy's like heavily detailed parts that priming it in white as well, or doing white in it, would work. So, I was gonna say another group of models that I should build, or that we should finish building together, are the Trader Guardsmen.
Oh, yeah.
We still have those, and you can use those because you're chosen your Master of Execution, and your Terminators put you at like 500 points. So that would be that would be a combat patrol game. And I'm gonna read off what Jake just said. He said some weird lot. Chush, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Style green power armor, warrior monk themed, one shoulder pad red, another yellow, trim with either gold or silver. Ooh, that seems kind of like an interesting scheme. Okay, this is actually an interesting little mixture, doing the dry brushing and on top. So you're enjoying the new job right now?
Yeah. It's not really new.
No, I didn't think it was anything.
It's just like stalking, but with a little extra at the beginning.
Yeah. So you're just there in the evening till a little past closing. Kind of rushing this last part here. But I should figure out how to do Dark Tide at some point. That's still not a... That really hasn't been like a big issue for me to fix, just because I haven't played it yet, but I know I should play it because I have it.
Yeah, I tried out the Arbiter class, and it's really strong.
Yes, you talked about that. At least I remember last time we did. You talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of, if I play, I really want to do the veteran. At least that would be my thought on what I want to use.
Go for it.
But, I don't know. I've seen a lot of like the art for the character models. Like, how big is the customization in the game?
It's not too crazy.
Okay. I've just seen some
All
very
the
like.
good cosmetics are to be paid.
Oh, of course. Of course, all the good ones are what you have to spend money on.
Yeah. It's modern gaming for you.
Yeah. I don't know which one I want to paint first. I think I'm going to do this guy first. I will say with this newest kill team that I bought, I don't know if you've seen the models or not at all, Ben. But they're from like the Space Marine 2 DLC. The was that the Trigon? They're like the little snake guys that
yeah.
like wrap around you during the game as well.
Diggy guys.
Yeah, that's what these are. They're called Reavers.
Raveners. Oh.
Raveners. I guess Raveners is better than Reavers. Yeah, you're probably right and I'm probably wrong on how to say it. I'm realizing I'm saying a lot of names incorrectly most of the time. I think it is Raveners, even though I keep saying Reavers. But no, these guys have become my new favorite model, besides the little melee guys that just have the claws, they don't have the guns.
So, what kind of guns do Tyranids get?
Organic guns.
Well, yeah, but like, what's their equivalent to like the Melta or something like that?
It would be like an acid gun, something that shoots a spray of acid. You know that one you hate doing the little tank and stuff?
Oh yeah, the one that's the Biovore spawns all the spore mines.
Yes. He has an acid spray gun that works as like a flamer and I think a melta. Another bug that I like a lot, but I know is a pain for some people.
I kind of wish that there was a way to, like, training room to spawn certain enemies to practice against.
So you just spawn in a hive tyrant and just keep fighting that?
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't be bad. I mean, I feel like the best training room would be doing PvP.
Well, you don't really get to fight against biovores and stuff.
No, but I mean, like, playing against a human is sometimes better than playing against the AI.
Not when you want to get certain timings right. Different movesets.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I know you spend a lot of time in combat games.
Like, yeah, it's more just developing game sense.
Have you done the PvP in Space Marine 2? I don't know if you and Kyle said you guys tried it.
I did a couple rounds. I don't really know how to play PvP though, so
okay.
Like it's not, I'm too used to like the parry gunstrike cycle, so it's like you parry a person, but you can't gunstrike, and it leaves you open.
Hmm. Fair. I don't know if I'll ever try it. But
I mean, we could do a round or two, just for fun.
yeah, I don't think you like. Could you go in with custom like paint jobs, or is it like each class is a faction or yeah, Space Marine Legion or a Chaos
Yeah,
Legion?
I think the Chaos Legions you can't really customize in appearance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember how it is with the Loyalist.
I'm gonna have high hopes that I can complete this challenge in 4 hours, but I don't think I'll be able to.
Well, it's the effort that counts.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a good college try, but I'm doing it right now, and I'm like, ooh, might be a little tough. I do hope we can find like a new time with gaming and all that, because I know most of the guys usually plan to do things outside of gaming on weekends. I know Bob does that quite a bit. Matt definitely. But I'd like to find a time that we can just all like game together, because I really want to complete Peak. I feel like we got so
Yeah.
close.
Well, you got some.
It was a team effort. It was a team effort. I thought I could make that jump and not have to climb the hot rocks. I honestly think that was like... I just thought I could do it. And that wasn't really the case.
Well, now you know you can't.
If I could, it would have been really cool.
Yeah.
I was just afraid of taking any damage, really.
Which is understandable.
I was already underneath a lot of stress during that game.
I guess you could say you were literally shaking. I think
Actually,
you did say.
yes, I was. I was physically shaking.
So tense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm impressed Bob managed it solo.
We forgot to put on chat. Yeah, I was impressed that he was able to do that solo. But as he was saying, sometimes it's easier doing it solo than with a group, because you're not having to split supplies with 3 other people. But
Yeah.
you don't have as much inventory space either when it comes to that.
Let's see. Want to do another solo round? Try it out.
You want to?
Yeah,
Have you been playing it solo?
I did it a couple times, but I could only get to the second area. I got pretty close.
I think it depends on the map. When you get like a really easy map that day, it kind of sets you up for success.
So you think it was luck for
No,
Bob to make it?
I don't think it was
Wow.
luck. It was probably a mixture of both. But we've had some like very easy beginning maps, and we've had some very hard beginning maps. If the map stayed the same every single time, that's when I think we'd be able to complete it. But that's also like the fun's not really there anymore for it.
Yeah, there's no challenge in doing the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, the white is working fine. What's up, JB? Welcome for joining the stream and all that. I'm just here chilling with a friend, trying to paint some stuff up. I'm kind of focusing a little bit, and I shouldn't be. I should be a little more entertaining than silent, but...
Do I need to remind you?
No, you don't need to remind me. I'm just like...
No, it's just...
Oh.
It's a chill stream, Chase.
Yeah, it is a chill stream.
We're here to relax.
We are. I don't know why I decided to put myself through a challenge, but I did. I thought it would be fun, and it is fun.
And that's all that matters.
I'm trying to set... I've told you this before. I've been trying to set the workshop up again, Ben, but I'm getting little...
Yeah. How's it going?
I'm getting hiccups here and there. Is how I feel.
If you need help, you know where to find me.
Oh no, definitely. That's not what I need help with, like the building or anything. It's finding a spot to set up. Some pretzels for myself.
Doesn't have the table or...
So I was set up in that friend's garage that we were in last time, and pretty much what has to happen is every time I'm there and I set up, I have to put everything away, like exactly where it was. I'm like, that's gonna be hard. Do I remember you? Not really. I feel like I should. Oh! No, I just looked on the channel. Yes, I do remember you now. I do remember. Yes. Yes, once I clicked on your channel and saw your videos, I remember you, or I remembered you. Decided to change your logo and your brand. I'm assuming you're no longer a fan of Warhammer?
That. Something.
I hope everyone's doing well tonight in stream and has had a good week so far. I like to think I've had a good week. What about you, Ben?
Yeah. Can't complain.
I'm definitely glad it's cooled off quite a bit compared to beginning of the week or middle of the week.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
was
if you're.
surprised how nice it was today.
Honestly, today was like the perfect summer day in my mind. It was cool, breezy. Almost wish I took the day off just to enjoy it. But nope, gotta make that money.
Yeah,
I've been doing some house hunting a little bit on the side. I found a old farm that I really want to buy, but I can't afford it. Do you remember like when we played Stardew Valley and like how the premise of it is that your grandfather gives you his old farm?
yeah,
It's that in real life. It's a 20-acre old farmhouse right next to a river.
nice.
So I'm like,
If only your grandfather lived there.
technically my grandfather does live on a farm right now. I do have a grandfather that is on a farm. I don't think he would like put the farm in his will. It'd probably be my grandmother. She would live there, and then one of my aunts would get it, or maybe my mother. But I would definitely be. I wouldn't mind getting that one either. I don't know. This week I'm like remembering a lot of like old hobbies that I've had, and I'm like kind of going back to those hobbies a little bit. But I think it's just because the weather's been good. I'm gonna grab some water at the moment. I don't have any.
Oh, I'm checking out this day's peak.
Yeah, I saw you just hopped on. Let me know how it is. I'm
Yeah,
gonna hope that you can make it to the peak.
I'll do my best. I'm not sure if the backpack is worth it. I'm selling it now.
I think it
That is a
depends.
lot of weight.
It does add. Yeah, you're right. It does add a lot of weight. I mean, it is a big like resource management game. So, because your main resource is your energy bar. So, do you
Yeah.
want to carry the extra material, but sacrifice weight, or do you want to stick with like the 4 slots that you have?
Yeah, you can throw the backpack, so maybe that's a tech.
Maybe.
It's gonna be useless for me.
I've been seeing a lot of videos with or on peak. I didn't know the Scoutmaster was added.
Oh, got any pro tips? Oh, spoilers.
Well, I'm not going to tell you how you summon him or how he appears.
Or what he does. I don't want to hear
Mm-hmm.
it.
I'm just going to tell you he's in the game.
Yeah, I don't know who he is. Who is the Scoutmaster? Like, he's just some guy.
Well, he's supposed to be the adult watching our characters. Because we are just a bunch of kids trying to climb a mountain in that game.
Yeah, not much supervision.
No.
Maybe he's in like a plane, I guess.
Maybe. I don't know what else they need to add to Peak. Maybe they should add a feature that Bob always thinks need to be added to, adds to games.
Works.
Yeah, just worms. Just add worms.
Yeah, honestly, it could work. Like, give us like a shovel or something to dig and find worms so we can eat them.
Yeah, I guess. I guess you could do that. I was thinking more of like the creatures from Tremor.
Oh, those kinds of worms?
Yeah,
Like for
the
a hazard?
yeah. It'll just be like another hazard you have to deal with, like the bees or the exploding mushrooms.
Yeah, maybe if they added a new biome, it could work.
So, are you saying they should make a
Like a
sixth,
deserty one.
like a sixth map, or are you? I mean, they could spawn at the beach. Just have them be like an early, like enemy that you have to deal with. I know the main enemy in Peak is the mountain and the elements itself, but there are other perils that we deal with in the game.
Yeah. Not sure if this rock's good. It's like this mountain is a cave. That's the first one.
On the
First
first
level.
level?
Yeah.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if it's a viable route, but
Hey, Handball.
try.
Yes, my phone is plugged in. My phone is plugged in. I made sure to do it this time. There's been a couple streams, Ben, that I thought I've had my phone plugged in and charged, or it's not been plugged in and it's died midstream.
It's awkward.
It is awkward. I mean, I've been able to catch it this time, and I just have to pull out some. I just gotta pull out the technical wizard guy.
Alright. I think I've got a pack.
So for content, you're gonna hear my friend Ben. He's trying to play Peak by himself right now, while I sit here and paint. He's trying to get better at the game so that the next time we play as a group, we're not all gonna die.
Yeah. You carried us.
I know. I've said the story twice on stream now. I still feel bad near the end. But I will say, do I think I'll beat the challenge? I had high hopes in the beginning, but after putting on just this much contrast paint, and it's been, I don't know how long since I started streaming, the hopes aren't too high. I even have less time because I said I was going to mine as like 15 minutes to count as like the spray painting and all that stuff. So really, I think I've like, I'm going to be pushing it if I do. It's not going to be the quality I want, but I wanted to see if I could speed my painting, but also know if I had a good, how my skill set was. So I hope I'll beat it, but I don't have high hopes. But I'm going to be optimistic and say I will. And
I mean, how long do you have to wait for the paint to dry?
not really, not that long when it comes to contrast paint or my paint in general. Thank you. I appreciate the luck. I will need it. Like, already, the entire model is dry where I've already painted it. So, it's been pretty quick on getting them painted.
Yeah.
Also,
Speaking of going quick,
yeah.
I'm just about at the first area's campfire.
Oh, nice. Wow, you're going quick. Also, for those that don't know, Ben is the owner of the Chaos Chosen that I've painted up a few times here. And I got it also finished for him. So he is the one I've dragged into Warhammer with me as well. I was telling him that me and him need to schedule some time. No. Ben is not preparing a D&D game. Although I've played D&D with Ben before. Ben's never been a DM. He's always been a player. Ben is playing a game called Peak. It's the climbing game I've talked about a few times. He was one of the guys with me climbing.
Yeah, pro tip, Chase.
Yeah.
Don't let go of the anti-rope gun. It just floats up in the sky.
The gun does?
Yeah.
That is good to know.
Oh, well, I got a normal rope cannon now.
I do want to get my old DM on here at some point again. His name is Bob. He's the other guy that I game with and stuff. But he used to be the DM for when we did D&D and stuff. I thought of him as a very good DM, but he was also my first DM, so he's the bar I hold myself to and other people as well. I've not been looking at the camera to see how the quality is for you guys, but I think it's turning out well.
And the tropics are looking perilous.
The rainforest is?
Yeah. As you.
Yeah. I've seen some videos of people like jumping off of cliffs and grabbing the vines, and when you grab onto it, you slide a distance forward on it. Some people get launched off them, some people it like gets them to where they're going. So we should keep that in mind. If we can jump to a vine and slide a certain distance, like closer to a ledge and then they climb up, that might be the move.
That's what killed me in the lava zone.
Ah. Oh yeah, the chains, right?
Yeah.
I want to play Peak again so bad with everybody. After like almost completing the game, I'm more determined now than ever to actually like beat the game.
Yeah. Got so close.
I know. I could taste the victory. And it was sweet.
Then it turned.
Oh, excuse me. I wonder if would Peak be considered a logic game? You think? Like,
what do you mean by that?
Like a logic puzzle game where you gotta look at the terrain and then decide on which way you're going up and down. I guess.
Yeah, I guess it could count.
Yeah, I guess it'd be more like a puzzle than anything. I really wish we didn't use the chain gun when we did during peak. I think if I had it for the final part, it would have saved so much more time.
Yeah, you gotta get better at conserving resources.
Yeah, but at that same time, we didn't know which direction to go, so obviously we had to backtrack.
Yeah.
But then that gave us the realization of like, oh, we need to go like this way or that way. Okay, I think for now, this guy is good. Now I'm gonna move on to another one. Do this other fully white guy.
I've also been wondering if, you know, those like bobble things? I don't know. It's like not the poison ones, but the ones that launch you.
Oh yeah, the ones that just explode.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
I've
about
been
them?
wondering if we could use that to our advantage.
Maybe. Oh, I'm doing that in the wrong spot. I mean, it's a possibility. We can use almost anything in the game to our advantage. It's just more meant to be in the way for. If you walk over it, then it explodes and it's supposed to launch you off.
Not sure.
I will say the contrast paint on this, on the models have worked out really nicely. This is definitely the way that I will be doing my Tyranids in the future, is basing them in contrast paint. That way, if I even miss anything, I can do a semi-thin coat.
The big tree.
Really, now I'm curious if I should have left the arms off these models and painted them separate from the body. If that would have been better in the long run, like as a sub-assembly thing.
Oh, it's a bad idea.
Did you miss a jump?
No, I tried climbing the tree and I didn't make it.
Oh no. My plan for the weekend is to go to that Ren Fair, and I go tomorrow. It opens at 10 o'clock. It's an hour drive for me to get there. So I'm going to leave my place around 8:30 or 9 o'clock and drive an hour to it. I went through some of my storage stuff to find most of my outfit. I couldn't find my Viking tunic that I have, so I'm not going to go as that. I'm going to find my white dress shirt and go as like a hobbit again this year with a few upgrades. That is my plan, and I'm meeting up with another friend down there. He's going with his girlfriend and all that. But the two of us are going to hang out and have a good time with it. He seems a little nervous and off, this other friend. He's worried about his costume, and when I was talking with him, he was like venting about some other stuff that was kind of going on that I'm going to keep between us. But I think he's stressing about having a decent costume, and I'm telling him, like, dude, you don't need to have a good costume. You can start off with having a very basic thing. But he's thinking like how I did in the beginning, where I wanted a good costume, and then once I was kind of at the fair. I mean, I don't know if you remember my first costume, Ben, that I went with. It was definitely cheap and cheesy is how I remember.
Yeah, I don't quite remember.
Yeah. And as for Sunday, hoping after work I can set up the blacksmith forge and no, he's a very confident guy to begin with, to be fully honest. He is more outgoing than I am. Oh. Okay, hold on. No, he's already a very confident person to begin with. God, he's more outgoing than I am personally, in my opinion. The only reason why I sound so confident and have a boost here is just because I'm in my room by myself talking to a screen. It's very different when you step out into real life. But no, he's a very sporty guy. He is an anime nerd and a Lord of the Rings nerd, but you wouldn't know with like the way he holds himself and talks.
I mean, what's that supposed to be?
Like, what I'm saying is, don't judge a book by your cover or by its cover.
That's a good lesson.
Yeah, I think it is. Although, I will admit, there are some books where you look at them and I'm like, yeah, that tracks. You seem like that kind of person. hit any little nook and cranny before. I mean, you said it, not me, Hannibal. If that's how you interpret yourself, that's how you interpret yourself. Hannibal just said, yeah, I look nice, but I'm an asshole. And people say that Germans can't joke. Or, no, they say Germans don't
Do
have a sense
they?
of... Well, it's a stereotype I've heard that Germans don't have a sense of humor.
Hmm.
But uh, they do. It's just sometimes their jokes aren't the same as ours. Or it's a cultural thing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Europeans even have like a drier sense of humor, I've heard. So,
He says,
always
we do, but
fun
it's
sort
dark.
of
Dark humor is always nice, but yeah, there is sometimes where it can be too dark.
thing.
I mean, a good example is the original fairy tales. I think the guy that wrote the book that they came from was German. I forget his name. But they all had very dark endings to them.
Yeah,
They only... I think it was very Americanized to give them good, happy endings.
yeah. Folklore, like all of it was pretty dark in the old days.
Brother Grimm. Yes, you are right, Hannibal. It is Brother Grimm. I had the name Grimm in my head, but I didn't think if that was correct. Hey, thought popped in my head. Is Brother Grimm the original Grim Dark? Is his stories the original Grim Dark stuff that like 40K and other genre stuff like that came from? Oh, I'm being
Maybe.
called. Who the hell's calling me? Oh, Ben's calling me. Okay, hold on,
Not
chat. No, not you. It's the one I'm going to the rent fair with. I'm gonna mute myself. Okay, I am back. That is really funny. That was, again, Ben, who I'm going to the Red Fair with. And he was calling because he's like, I have nothing to wear to the Ren Fair. Do you have anything? And he's like, can you help me make an outfit? Like, what do I need? So I just kind of gave him like a little rundown on what he could use. He's probably going to go as a hobbit, just like how I'm going to go as one. So, yeah. I mean, it's an easy one to do. I'm going with a pair of dress pants. I have a red vest, but I might find a brown one. I gotta find the words in my brain are not working. Yeah, to summarize it. I'm going as a hobbit. He's also going to go as a hobbit. And I told him we can find him stuff there as well. I'm going with a white dress shirt, and I'm probably going to do a red vest like I've done before. But I might also find my brown vest or my green vest somewhere in my storage and use those. I grabbed all my extra stuff for it after work today, which is also why I was a little bit late to stream, because I was trying to dig through that and find everything I needed. And then also helping my sister clean up here in case realtors want to show off the apartment that we're staying in, because the house I'm living in is being sold. Being sold. So that has been why I've been late the last couple of days to stream, dealing with apartment hunting and setting up for the weekend and other fun stuff. I should have made a post saying like, hey, I'm going to be late an hour. We'll start at 7. But I think it'll be fine. We'll definitely go later. I know last stream, I think we stopped around 11. It was the 4 hours. We might even go till midnight because I don't have to work tomorrow. So, but I do have to be up at around the same time to leave. So maybe not. Maybe not. So, I appreciate everyone sticking around and watching while life keeps throwing a wrench into my plans. Well, at least that's how I feel sometimes. It's like, I'm doing something that's fun, and then like, oh, no, we need you to do this, and I'm like, let me try to do my fun thing. Let me chill and paint. Let me chill and talk to my friend. Let me chill and chat with chat. Oh, how are you doing in Peak?
I died pretty early the second attempt. I'm on my third, and I spawned on a giant.
Ooh. That's rough. That's very rough.
It was pretty funny though.
Oh, also randomly, when I answered the phone with my friend, he was like, "You don't know who so and so is?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "The volleyball thing." I'm like, "When were we talking about volleyball? I just answered the phone call with you." I wonder if he was talking to his girlfriend about it.
Yeah, maybe.
But I did see what Hannibal said earlier. He said Jacob and William Grin, 2 guys, 1 effed up mine. Very yeah, from what I've heard with the original grim dark stuff, very, very dark. I wonder if we need more grimdark stuff like that nowadays. Some people are very desensitized to stuff nowadays, and it kind of shows for it. Oh, so I was scrolling through Instagram, and it showed a Target from 2005 compared to now. And the one in 2005 had so much more character and color in it.
Yeah,
And it just seems like everything nowadays is getting way more sanitized, way more minimalistic, and it's not fun. I miss the
appeal.
color. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not appealing. I mean, it's appealing to some people, but it's not appealing to me. I like
The world's losing its edge.
the edges be or the world's becoming less edgy. It's becoming um, soft and round. Although some people say it's getting very like brutalist looking. I know that's a big aesthetic. Everything's just kind of gray and concrete buildings and nothing too pronounced in color.
Yeah, that's what chasing profit does.
Hannibal just said, "You should not have fun. You are a consumist. Go consume." I don't want to consume anymore. I want to go start my garden and farm and stuff, which I'm kind of fortunate with where I live. That we kind of have a weird mixture between like rural farming and um, I wouldn't say city area, but like not even industrial. I don't know. We got like small towns and then farm fields around us and woods. We're right next to a national forest where we live. It's a big one. People come and visit. So there's a certain aesthetic that people come up here for, and we try to keep it that way up here. We're known as vacation land for a reason. How am I doing on time? I feel like I'm not. We're at the 1 hour mark. Yeah. So we got an hour and 15. All I've done is blue.
Yeah, the phone call definitely didn't help.
Yeah, it did not help. And I told
Time.
Matt, I'm like, hey, I got to get back to stream. But I told him it was funny because we just talked about you on stream. I don't really send. So, what I used to do, I don't do this anymore. I used to send my stream to like friends and stuff like that to go watch, and he was one of them. But now I don't really like doing that anymore. I feel like if people want to see her and watch, they can come and watch it if they so choose. I feel like I'm getting a pretty good group of regulars here and there every once in a while to sit down and watch. Oh, I will say, a product. So when I was spray painting these guys, I don't know what it is with Army Painter's white, like matte white spray paint, but it does not like to spray well at all. It gets very gunked up in the spray nozzle and just doesn't shoot as well as the black does. So the black primer is definitely a better one to go with. I think white either it sat too long in the can that I was using, or its mixture isn't right in the can. Because I bought a brand new can and had that same problem as like one that sat for a little bit. So that's just a little painter's note I've noticed. Like all the white specks on my hand, that's from the primer. My fingers were a lot worse looking than earlier. I spent some time cleaning them up before hopping on stream here. I wonder if I should... No, I was gonna say I wonder if I should move to like the brown and get the brown done on these guys, but no, I'm gonna stick with getting everything painted at least blue with the contrast paint, and then we'll go from there. Oh, I was talking with Aatrox about this last night, but I saw that Warhammer posted some new characters that they're going to release, or new models of characters that they're going to release. I think they're releasing like I don't know if they're releasing every chapter master from the main like Space Marine Legions, or if they're doing like really important guys. But I saw that they are doing the Salamanders leader, chapter master. That's what I was looking for. They're doing their chapter master. They're doing Raven Guard, Iron Hands, Imperial Fist. Yeah, it was Imperial Fist. Oh, and they're also doing White Scars. So I saw they're updating. It looks like they're special character models that they're updating. Which I'm definitely going to grab the Salamander one for myself. And I think if I do that, I'm going to also grab the Dark Angels guy. Not the new one coming out, but the Chapter Master, and just add it to my army collection. So I guess I will be a consumer. Yeah, that's why I said it, Hannibal. That's why I said it. I was looking at that comment while I was saying it. Also talking about consumerism, at the Ren Fair tomorrow, do you want me to grab you anything, Ben, in particular, or are you like all set?
I'm not sure. Depends what they have. I guess
Okay.
if you send me some pictures of stuff you think I'd like.
I will do that.
Oh,
So all I heard is buy you a katana and samurai armor.
well, I probably don't need. Okay, if the steel is good, I'll take a new sword.
Yeah.
But yeah, some armor would be nice.
I bet we could make you a nice suit of samurai armor.
Isn't they usually made out of like wood or something?
I was gonna say it's not really made out of metal. It's like a lacquer with something else on it. Um, it's kind of like scale armor in a way, from what I've seen. But we could definitely make like a more modernized samurai look. I remember from a craft channel years ago. I think the guy was in high school when he was making this, and I don't know what he's up to now. I don't keep up with the channel anymore. But he made this out of Kevlar. It was a waist skirt that was like for combat, and he put washers all along the side of it, and he was basing it off of like the samurai like battle skirts.
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. I think he also made a taser shield.
Taser shield, huh?
Yeah, he hooked him up. He took a bunch of metal strips on a piece of wood and made like a riot shield that was connected to a taser so that he could hit a button. And if someone hit the shield, it would tase the person that hit the shield.
I kind of want to see if it actually works.
It did. He had his friends hit the shield, and they got tased.
With what?
Like a metal bat or something. Like,
Yeah.
it was something that could
So,
conduct metal. Or conduct electricity.
yeah. I mean, if you wrap the handle in a non-conductive material, probably wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. But I think he also had some of them like run into it with their hands or body. Like he just lightly tapped a couple of them too, and it shocked them.
Oh yeah.
But I mean,
your bare hands on electrical currents.
Yeah, that's true. I was gonna say using that in like an actual like riot scene setting. Not a lot of people are gonna have like rubber on their body or have like a weapon. They're gonna go at it with like their fist and stuff, and then just get zapped.
Yeah, that's their mistake.
I'm so tempted to just not do this brown I've done for the other tyranid models and go with black for the carapace. Because I really want to do that High Fleet Ouroboros colors, but I think I'm going to stick with the brown. Oh, so you haven't been here for the streams, but I've been trying to figure out what to name this High Fleet I'm building. And
Well, a pair of names. So.
Well, no, but I'm just going to bounce some ideas off you and just kind of like talk to you about my thought process with it. You are stuck here. You're stuck here in stream with me, and you're the only person I can talk to besides the voices in my head that I call chat.
Yeah, alright.
So
you got so far.
I'm going to be naming all my big named units after dinosaurs.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
So I have like Styracosaurus, or it's like Styracorex, is. Jake just said apparently High Fleet Bingus or Big Floppa isn't an option. No. I'm not opposed to those names, but I feel like if I'm going to do those colors, I got to do it in the colors of those cats. And I'm not going to do that. But I don't know if you've seen, you're probably not looking at stream, Ben, but I'm just going to show the Norm emissary that I've painted a couple times on stream. Because he looks like a Ceratopsian dinosaur, his beginning name starts with one of them, and then it ends with Rex because he stands on two legs like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So, and I'm basing them off of a High Fleet called High Fleet Ouroboros, which Ouroboros means like a snake that eats its own tail.
Yeah.
And
I
I
know.
okay, good. I didn't know. I'm also saying this for people that don't know in chat, but I'm glad that you know word lore. Okay, with that being said, I like to think that this Hive Fleet would attack other Hive Fleets, killing them and taking their biomass to improve themselves, and attacking weaker foes. So, like going in on foes that are already weak to not spend as much biomass. Yeah, to like not so like make sure the energy conserve that they're doing is proper. So I wanted to name them like something that was that kind of name of like base of Ouroboros where they eat their own tail, but then they also attack like weaker victims. And they're also a more melee based group of Tyranids as well. Because I'm not a fan of the Tyranid models that have guns and stuff on them. Besides, like, a very few. Like, I like the Biovore or the Pyovore. I like those models very much. Termagants I'm okay with, but I'm not a fan of their gun. I would do the warriors with the guns, but I'm more apt to doing like melee weapons. But yeah, that's what I have so far bouncing around in my head for this Hive Fleet that I'm painting and doing. I don't know. Or maybe I just call these guys Hive Fleet. Carboniferous was the one with insects in it. I was going to say Xenozoic. I'm butchering that name. I'm going to look up what that name means later. Because I do know that is a fossil layer. So yeah, maybe calling them Hive Fleet, like... I wouldn't say Cretaceous, but... maybe basing them off of a... fossil layer? Carboniferous, even though they are bugs, I don't like the name. I'm really thinking Xenozoic because it sounds a little alien-like. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, I did. Yeah, I should have left that white so I can do that as green. It's gonna take up time, but I'm gonna look it up. Hi Roy. I know she's out and about. Night, Chloe. Layer. Names. Rock layer. Nope, that's not what I'm asking about. This is taking up more of my time than it probably should. Dating. I think I'm thinking of dating. Nope, that is timeline. I'm gonna get back to painting. I'm distracting myself, and I don't have the time to do that. Hi, bird. Hi, my bean. The dog boy whines at me, so I must give him the pets. It's a fair trade. At least I think it's a fair trade. I think the Cenozoic was just after the Carboniferous, and it was before the Great Dying. I think. My fossil knowledge is rocky at best. Maybe even a little dusty.
Nice.
I didn't know if that would work or not. We try to have fun here on the stream.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah. At least I want to have fun. Make some jokes. Have a good time. I'm just trying to think what Highfleet Bingus would even look like. What if they did a Highfleet Bing Bong from Peak?
Huh.
Main body be green, but then
Actually, I could see it.
Yeah, main body be green, but then it has like red and blue accents. Bing Bong got tired of being thrown around everywhere. Now he's bringing in his Tyranids to eat you.
It'd be terrifying.
It would be. I mean, Tyranids in general are terrifying. I wouldn't want to deal with a Tyranid unless I was a Custodes or Plus.
Okay.
That's how I stand at it. Not that a Space Marine can't deal with Tyranids, but I've heard somewhere in calculations, it's 6 million Tyranids to 1 Custodes. So I like those odds better than needing a company of Space Marines to come in and take care of a bunch of Tyranids. That's not me saying I don't think Space Marines are cool. I think they're very cool. It's just bugs are scary.
Dude, really?
What?
I just died in the dumbest way possible.
Okay, that's what I figured you were talking about, but then like I also thought you were replying to what I was saying.
I had it. I was there.
Oh,
I
did
just
you
didn't.
did you make it to the peak? Like almost?
No, not the peak, but I almost made it past the jungle zone.
Ah, oh, damn. Well, hey, you're figuring it out each time, and you're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, that would be true if I could remember the previous route I did.
Fair enough. I've been there. I will say, I have a thought creeping in my head today. And the thought is not... Okay. Oh. Hold on. Jake said, now see, what you forgot to calculate is my hyper-religious great aunt isn't there. If she was, then there'd be no discussion. I think he's talking about like a Tyranid invasion. That would be... Oh, God. I don't know if I want to face your aunt now. great super religious aunt.
Sounds pretty scary. She'd probably be like Black Templar.
Well, here's my question: Would she could she take on the Emperor? That's my question to you, Jake. Can she beat the Emperor in a fight? Because if she can beat the Emperor, then she could probably maybe beat the Hive Mind. And I mean, current Emperor. She's a small 4'5" lady in her mid 80s. Oh, she's got this. She 100% has this. The Emperor doesn't stand a chance in his chair. What?
What you don't understand is dimensional tier.
Oh, dimensional tyrannids? Like tyrannids with dementia?
No, tiering.
Oh,
It's like
tier.
power scale, like tier. His grandma is real, so she automatically scales above the Emperor.
Fair enough. My boy, did you need to go outside? Okay, the dog is getting up like he wants to go outside. I'll be back. I'm just gonna open the door so we can go in and out. Yes, I'm talking about you. Big fuzz boy. Go outside. Go back. Go back. Go potty. Okay, I just got back and I was reading chat. Hannibal is laughing at my idea of dementia tyrannids. Tyrannids with dementia. And then going to Jake, he said, all she would need to do what she does to me. Just throw every object that's not bolted down or unplugged. Has her hardcover Bible as a sidearm. What I was initially reading there is I thought you were going to say all that she needs to do is go and unplug, and I thought you were talking about, like, the Golden Throne. So all that she needs to do is survive, like, Chernobyl in a room and just unplug it. I've never really dealt with a very religious person. No, she doesn't understand technology. I mean, that's fair. She doesn't have... She could pull a bunch of cords and then, like, just turn it off that way. Okay. I can already say I'm not going to prime my Tyranids in white ever again. I'm either going to prime them black and then spray paint the white and then dry brush. Or what I think will be better on how this is going to turn out is prime them black and then paint them and then dry brush them with white. Because I'm liking how it looks dried much more. But, reading chat. Her computer died and she blamed the devil for a solid day before mentioning it to my uncle. That is some old school person oldness. It was the machine god, not the devil. Yes. See, Hannibal's right. Because she doesn't treat technology good, the machine god's coming in and showing her that her ways are no longer true and that she needs to follow the Messiah. Hannibal also said before that, you don't need to understand to hate and destroy. That's honestly... That kind of sums up Warhammer in a very big way. I don't need to understand you to hate you. I just need to hate you. I just finished a Caiaphas Cain book today. It was the second one in the Caiaphas Cain series, or the Cain Chronicles, as I like to call them. Not what I I'm stealing that from Coda, from Izander and Coda, and I will admit that. I will admit that plagiarism. Anyway, in that book, he was dealing with the Mechanicus and their love for technology, and it kind of fucked over Cain and the guard. Which, if you want another, I would say another good beginner series into 40k, listen to anything with Caiaphas Cain in it, or read any book with Caiaphas Cain in it. He's a commissar, which is a rank in the guard. Well, they're outside the guard, but they work with the guard most of the time. And it's a Astra Militarum or guard book, just to begin with that. So you're not dealing with a lot of space marines or dealing with anything too crazy. Although Cain is the definition of failing upwards. So that's kind of what makes him lovable in the books. I would just recommend it. I'm not going to summarize any more than what I already have. I should honestly throw that into the Discord with the suggestions. But I will say, I'm going to definitely paint my guard. Cypher. Hold on. Cypher Sakane. Cypher Sakane. I like that. No, Caiaphas Cain. Cypher Sakane is his illegitimate brother that he doesn't know about.
Speaking of books,
Yes.
was that one book that you recommended called Dead Men Walking?
Yes. I think it is.
Nice.
Yeah, Deadman.
Kyle's been
Listening to
looking
it.
for new books. And
Yeah,
brought that one up.
that's another guard book that follows along the Death Corps of Krieg. That was the second book dealing with Kriegsmen that I listened to, and it actually made me like the saddest.
Yeah, I told him that you said it was true grimdark.
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. The ending made me sad. I'm like, okay, this is like what the book is. This is like what Warhammer's supposed to be, and I don't want to feel this way again. Even though I will definitely listen to it again at some point. I enjoyed the book.
Oh, this is peak related.
Yeah.
Fun
Okay.
fact: Bing Bong is divorced.
What? Why is Bing Bong divorced? What do you do?
I don't know. It doesn't say. It's just like on the title screen. It's like fun fact.
I was gonna say, how'd you find this out? Why is Bing Bong divorced? What did that bitch do to him? I don't think Bing Bong did anything wrong.
He needs to reach the end. He needs to reach the peak.
Oh, so I've been seeing stuff from like the creators of Peak, and they said Bing Bong remembers every single adventure that you take him on. Like every single adventure that, like, not just you took him on, but every single one every other scout has taken him on to go up. So every time they've thrown him, every time he's fallen off, every time you failed to bring him to the top, he remembers.
He's judging us.
He also remembers every time every peak player tries to fuck him. I've seen that. I've seen people take him and try to hump him in game.
Jesus, what's that?
Bing Bong needs the win. Take him to the top, Ben.
Yeah, not today though. I need a break.
Okay, fair enough.
A break from breaking my body. It's harsh.
It is harsh.
Checking out the. Apparently, there's a beta patch. They're adding a flying disc.
In what?
Peak.
Oh, in Peak. Oh, I finally grabbed my first Chaos Marine book. It's not the one you recommended. I forgot what the name of that one was. I grabbed an Iron Warriors book. So
Nice.
I'm gonna learn about the Iron Warriors a little bit and see what's gonna happen. Is I'm gonna listen to this book, and then I'm gonna want to buy some Chaos Marine models and build a Chaos army. And that's what's gonna happen.
Nice.
No, not nice. I don't need another army. Well,
I mean, yeah, you do have a lot.
I do have a lot. I do want to make a Chaos army at some point, but honestly, you being the Chaos player will make me happy enough just to, like, watch you play and use them.
Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to fighting Tyranids too.
Well,
Not just your space suit.
okay, Hannibal's saying yes, yes, do, consume, going back again to being a consumer. So, with that being said, Ben, when you said you wouldn't be opposed to fighting Tyranids, I'm painting these guys up because the other guys in Portland that I got into Warhammer with, and I figured we'd do a kill team, like, crusade at some point if enough of us got together. One of them already plays Space Marines. So one does. I figured, like, it'd be good having a variety group that plays. So, instead of, me also doing Space Marines, but just, like, edgier Space Marines, I'll do the Tyranids. Because I like the Tyranids.
Right.
I could do a guard one, but I'm always not the biggest fan of, like, Imperium fighting Imperium, even though it happens all the time, and I'm, like, loosening my feelings on it. Like, I probably will play guard and fight against Space Marines and stuff like that. The more involved with Warhammer I get, the more my, like, feelings on Imperium fighting Imperium changes. Because the Imperium just wants to kill itself in spite. The Imperium lives in spite of itself, not because it runs well.
Yeah, pretty much. Sort of like modern society.
Bold of you to say that. Tell us how you really feel. Speak your mind here.
I want chaos in the real world. We just need to discover the war chase. We're so close.
Okay, I need to fix this servo skull. It's defective. Someone call the Mechanicus. My Afro servo skull is speaking nonsense. Call the Inquisition.
I've already uploaded my mind to a bunch of backup brains.
That's terrifying.
You'll never shut me down.
Your quality went up when you said that. That's even more terrifying. Corrupted alert. Corrupted alert. You know, I will be honest. I kind of want to build you a body in real life, Servo Skull.
That would be pretty interesting.
Because I will admit it.
More than a head.
Yeah. My friend here, he's not a real person. He's just an AI. I just figured out how to make an AI, and I was sick of being bored, so I just made an AI Servo Skull image. And that's who we're talking to.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a heretic move, but, you know.
Hey, no, I'm a part of the... Okay, so yes, I did make an abominable intelligence. Ben's not real. He's only a Servo Skull. So if I build you a body, I'm going to build you a Servo Skull body in real life. But I think what might be more terrifying is I actually want to make it fly.
That'd be pretty... Actually, with drone technology, it wouldn't be impossible.
That's exactly how I was thinking of doing it. Of getting like a little drone and like... No sentient machine, heretic. I work for Bearsalis. Oh god, I'm butchering his name. I can say it correctly, but I'm butchering it. I work for Call. And because I work for Call, I can do what I want. Okay, someone named JJ said, "You're gonna build a femboy body, stop lying." God damn it, they caught me. I'm sorry.
Is that what you're into?
No, I'm not into femboys. But now...
Listen, I'd self-destruct if you did that.
Well, too bad. We're doing that for you, buddy.
What? You just said you weren't gonna.
No, I'm not into it, but they caught me. But they said it now, and we're gonna do it.
Shit. Yeah, you better watch yourself. The Necrons are right around the corner.
Okay, I just had a thought that popped in my head. I don't know how I feel about it, but femboy Necrons.
The heck?
Femboys were mentioned, then you said Necrons. Femboy Necrons popped into my head. Okay, so fanboy or femboy? Femboy. Femboy, not fanboy. Femboy.
No, they're gonna be
fembot.
They're gonna start botting subscribers and likes. They're gonna be fan bots.
Fanbots. I don't think that's really a thing people can do anymore. I'm pretty sure YouTube cracks down very hard on that. But okay, two things. One, talking about fembot. I've seen a comic where they made a female like Necron, and that she falls in love with a human commissar, I think it is. Or it's a rogue trader. I think they're a rogue trader. With machine gun boobs. Wasn't that from a movie? There was like a movie that like it turned out the female was a robot and she had like machine guns that came out of her breasts.
Probably. There was another one. I can't remember the name, but it was like alien lady, and she also had gun boobs.
Okay. Noted.
I think it was like species or something like that. Uh,
Oh, was she like a praying mantis like creature? If
yeah,
you, yeah,
maybe.
I think I know which one you're talking about because once you said species, it kind of triggered it in my brain. Austin Powers. I knew it was Austin Powers. I'm like, for some reason, I'm picturing Austin Powers when I'm talking about this. Austin Powers is such a good movie, like, or good movies.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thought that I wanted to finish before I moved on. I know what I'm gonna do for one of the other Necrons in my Necron kill team that I will build at some point. I'm gonna give one of the sniper characters an afro, and I'm gonna call that
Nice.
guy Ben. That is Necron Ben. Maybe maybe that's what I should do now. Is I should upgrade your servo skull to a Necron skull with an afro. Uh, it is a very cool kill team, JJ. I have it. I bought the kill team. I was going to build it on stream, and I was going to kit bash the main guy with a couple other models I bought. Um, I'm probably not going to make my time that I was planning on. Okay, I'm going to grab it real quick. My boy. My fuzzy little dog boy. So, this is the kill team. I was going to take the Technomancer and give him the head of this Hexmark Destroyer and make his flying guy be these Wraith models. I was probably going to make this one be his flying one. And then I was going to take the Immortal and kit bash him with the rest of that Destroyer. So that's my plan for that kill team. And now one of those snipers is also going to be a Necron with an afro. So that is my plan. Oh, you know what I just realized? The thumbnail for this video is wrong. I'm going to change that real quick. I need this one. Because I'm not kit bashing anything. Or building, I'm painting. I thought I made that change earlier, but I did not. How's my time doing anyways? Because I'm technically challenging myself right now. I'm at 2 hours.
How many more to go?
Well, I have 2 hours left in the competition. I'm not even close. I don't think I'm painting these guys in the next 4 hours. Like to finish. Sorry, I'm just reading your comment, JJ. No, they're not. They're only painted with blue contrast paint on them. What I was hoping was to speed my process by using contrast paint on them, and then if I had any extra time, I was going to do edge highlighting and other stuff like that. But I got these guys built in 4 hours, or under 4 hours. But I didn't... Painting I knew was going to take me longer. I'm sure if I don't know, practice a bit more with contrast paint and did a couple other things different, I could make it in that time frame. But I'm also like not trying to rush it either. I'm here to enjoy the process. I just want to see like how quickly I could get this kill team done. Maybe if I had an extra set of hands here to help me paint, it probably could have gone done. Maybe. I was also reading your comment that that you love swamp terrain. I haven't seen any swamp terrain in general, but that'd be kind of a cool terrain to build or make. I will admit, sometimes I just wish I had a big, like, pot of contrast paint or speed paint, and I could just take the models and dip them in, and then pull it out, and then not have to worry about all the extra bits I gotta do here and there with the contrast paint. Kind of knew the Reaver Prime was going to be a little bit of an issue painting. JJ says I can't paint fast. I need to easily woe it. I want to start commission painting, so I just need to work on it. I mean, fair enough. I think with commission painting, like, as long as you talk with the client and be like, hey, if you want it like to look good and stuff like that, it's gonna take a while. I'm not, like, it's not gonna be a quick, easy project to do. I think if you're just like honest with the client and you like show them your progress too, to be like, hey, I am working on it. Like, this is what I have done. I'd also be one of those people that would take payment up front first if I was to do commission. So that way, I know I'm not getting screwed out of all the painting and the work I'm going to put into it, but that it also gives me more incentive to get the project done. Because I'm tempted to do commission work. I definitely want to figure out my rates and how, like, what would it cost per model. I've messaged one streamer, like, what they charge per model, but they do a much better quality paint than I can. So I think their price is fair. JJ says, I hear you, I can paint well, but more quantity... Oh, more quality than quantity. Yeah. I do spend a lot more time on my painting than I probably should. I'm trying to find a happy medium, because if I could, I would have every model be like parade ready model and like really good, like decent competition level, and that's what with what I want my models to be. But the thing is, I'm also the one that is going to be using these and playing with these. I'm not looking at them at like 5 inches from my face, or like an inch or more from my face. I'm looking at these guys like 3 feet away. I want them to look good, but how much of the detail am I really going to see? Like per model or for like the whole unit painted? So like you'd be charging $60 for a fully painted model. The whole unit. Okay. So you would be just making your money back and selling like a painted unit that way. That's something to keep in mind. At least that's a good way to probably start. I think more business-wise, I'd be like, I'll charge like maybe for one unit like a half or quarter of a box. Say a combat patrol was 180. Charge that to paint it, but that seems low to me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems low. Like, if you were to do one unit, probably charge like a quarter of what the box was. So if it's a $60 box, and then you have, let's say, 3 models in it, I don't know, split like 60 between 3. That's what you would charge one model for. So then when you finally sold all the models separately, or maybe if you sold them as a unit together, you would make your money back plus a little bit extra on top. That's my thought as a business person on it. But then you also have to make sure that your quality of a paint job is worth it. And that your time and materials also add up to it as well. Depends on how long one figure needs. Yeah. Like, that's another conversation you'd have to have with like your client and stuff. Like, does the client want it to be... Again, this is thinking if it's commission, not if you're selling on eBay. Would the client want it to be like parade ready, or are they... Yeah, $15 an hour isn't much. But if you were to charge... I was going to say like one unit $15, but that's really cheap too. Like, to paint one unit just for $15, it's not really worth it. Unless you did... Okay, idea of like, it's $15 a model, but at bare minimum, you need to purchase 3 models, like as the consumer, so that you'd be making 45 off of each model, or 45 off of 3. Oh, I'm sure Fiverr charges a lot. I don't check on Fiverr at all. I'm getting bit by mosquitoes. I have seen a video where like a guy bought like a bunch of different or had a bunch of different painters paint up one model on Fiverr. Like $25 an hour. Oh, jeez, I don't know. Squidmar did that. Was that the name of the channel? It's like 2 European guys, I think, did it, and they were like, we had a bunch of these painters do this, and then we like we just like put them where we thought it was, and then you showed us like the actual price. Okay. I didn't remember the name of the channel. Okay, I will check out Discord in a moment to see what you guys are, or what you're talking about, Hannibal. I'll check that out right now. Other... You charge $15 for that? I would have done like maybe 20, maybe a little bit more. Oh, 15 an hour for a friend. Okay. Oh, you charge 64. Okay, I misunderstood. Who sent that to me? Aatrox sent that to me. I was just talking about this. Okay, I'm looking at Discord, and earlier where I was talking about the different like new Space Marine characters, Aatrox literally just sent an image of the new characters. Oh, and they're doing some combat patrols for... Oh, they're doing specific combat patrols for the chapters. Why are the Imperial Fists... The Imperial... Oh, they got Terminators. I guess that works. And Gravis armor. And they got Company Heroes. I don't... the Company Heroes... Now I'm getting distracted. I'm not the biggest fan of the Salamander's Combat Patrol. Looking at it. I like the Infernus and the... Eliminator guys in it, but I don't like the ATV, and I don't really like how they have the assault intercessors. Sorry, I got myself distracted here. For salamanders, I would have done like a repulsor, so that you could have ran Infernus in the impulsor and used their actual codex attachment with it. How many Infernus? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there a 10th Infernus one? Hold on, 3. Oh yeah, they got 10 Infernus? Okay, that's not that bad. Like 10 Infernus is good. Okay, I got myself distracted there for a second. Let's get back to painting. I need to reply to Aatrox at some point on that. That's funny. I didn't realize he said that in Discord and I was talking about it on stream. Okay, but going back to what you were saying, Hannibal, you charge $15 an hour and it costs your friend 60. I figured it needed time with like the amount of carving work you did and all that. I was gonna say if you charge 15 for it, that is super cheap. But nah, 60 feels more reasonable for something like that. And it's a cool little design. I like that candle holder thing. I'm gonna shut the door so the bugs stop coming in. I want these bugs. I don't want mosquito bugs. I will say I haven't seen it yet, but I could definitely agree that the Necrons could use a better kill team than what they have. I think like 3 sniper units in a kill team is a little much. Have like 1 or maybe 2 sniper guys, but not 3. But I also don't know how that kill team plays either, so who knows? Anyway, I know I said a lot of stuff you probably don't understand at all, Ben, when it came to the combo control boxes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What are you up to right now, out of curiosity?
Just browsing Twitter.
Anything good going on Twitter, or is it still just being Twitter?
It's Twitter, you know.
Yeah.
Typical cesspool.
Yeah. I figured. Figured that's how it was gonna be. If that's how you feel, JJ, I am not going to judge in any way. Okay. Understand with what I'm saying. I'm not trying to come off mean or anything like that. I haven't seen your work. I don't know your skill. And you can only be the best judge on your quality of work. If you think it's worth 20, then charge the 20. People will probably fight you and like hate paying it, but that's just customers in general. Sometimes you luck out and you get really easy customers that don't fight you on the price and all that. The more I talk about it, the more I think I should open myself up to commissions. But really, with how these streams have kind of gone, I haven't even finished one technical commission that I'm doing for a friend. I mean, it's not really even a commission, it's just like doing this for a friend. And I haven't even finished them yet. Yeah. No, that's true. Like that's I don't know if I came off as being like mean in any sort of way with it. I wasn't trying to come off as mean with what I was saying. I was just more saying like you set your prices, that's what you want to charge it as. Like only you can judge yourself fully, and maybe if you realize that you are charging too cheap, like after maybe a couple burns, you're like, people are like, oh yeah, I'll do that, and that's like really like cheap compared to what I could get. Then you'll be like, okay, then maybe I need to up my prices because some people like my work, but they can think of it as the price being too cheap. So then you up your prices there. That's not a terrible way of looking at it. So Jay said, not at all. I would feel comfortable charging that. I wouldn't want to pay that myself. And maybe that's a good way of thinking of like, I mean, obviously don't undersell yourself, but maybe start at a price that you would feel comfortable charging something for in the beginning. So like, yeah, I'll do $20 an hour. If I was to do commissions as like a full-time thing for myself, I would have to charge $25 an hour just to cover what I currently make at work. Like that's my current rate with what I do for work. I don't think I'm $25 an hour. I think I'm more near that like $15 to $10 an hour with my skill. But that also could be me underselling myself quite a bit. Yeah, and that's probably not a bad way of looking at it. Like the starting rate of 20. I was just saying that if I was to do it as a full-time job, I would have to do around the 25. I could probably make you a 20, but 25 is where I would say. I'd love to see some of your work, JJ. I don't know if you're a part of it or not, but I have a Discord that's completely free to join for people. It's a spot that you can share your Warhammer hobbies, stuff, or any sort of hobby that you're into. It's just a little art making community. Completely free to join. I'm not as active in it as I'd like to be. I'm trying to be better about that. Also talking about... Okay, hold on. First I'm going to just show the difference here. Okay. I think you were in this stream before at some point, and you said that you've been painting a while and you started with craft stuff. Okay. On a little side note, I'm going to show this guy compared to this guy. I like the colors on this guy more than I like the pure white contrast paint. It is a little bit more uneven on this guy compared to that, but I think because it's darker, it hides it a lot better. So I'm kind of honing in on what I need to do in the future. You're only old as you feel, JJ. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The left looks a little bit better than this guy. I don't know if that's because I was rushing more with these guys or what. Now I'm just going to go... Because I did black primer and then I sprayed with a white primer on top. And then I dry brushed white on top of all that. So I'm going to see what just regular black primer and dry brushing looks like on these guys. These two are my favorite models out of the kill team. The Wrecker and the Venom, like the Venom Spore. These are my two favorite models. JJ says, if that's the case, then I'm 12. Honestly, if that's how you feel some days, power to you. Power to you. Some days I feel like a 50-year-old guy or a 60-year-old guy, and some days I feel way younger than I actually am. But it also comes to like how well you take care of your body when you're younger too. I live an active lifestyle, but I'm overweight. Or I have an active job, but I'm overweight. Okay. We're going to start with the tail and go up from there. I think I need to stop using the white primer and just stick to doing dry brushing. I think this one's going to look the best out of all of them. What did Hamble say? When I build an wooden table a month ago, I want sure how much to charge. So I thought how much do I would want to pay for it. Turns out I won't buy my own things because they are too expensive. But they are enough. But there's enough people out there with more money than me. That's honestly true. There are people out there with way more money than what they know what to do with, and they will spend that on whatever they so choose. I think like once you get into a certain tax bracket, a lot of other businesses kind of open up to you that you didn't realize were actual businesses for you to just spend your money at. Okay. That's what I've heard, is making your own texture paste. I lucked out with terrain. I have a bunch of terrain that I want to paint and upgrade, but I got three by 2. They're like 3 wide, 2 feet deep, and 2 feet wide plastic totes full of terrain, and I was going to donate it to my local Warhammer group that I'm a part of. I got it from a gaming store that's nearby me. They were getting rid of all their old terrain because it doesn't work with the new campaign books that came out. So I looked out on getting a bunch of free terrain. I waited till, because I was playing Warhammer there for the evening, I waited till it was the end of the God, my brain, because I'm trying to paint and say this at the same time. I'm kind of skipping here on a few things. So let's say focus. I waited until the store was about to close and people were going to go home, and I took the rest of it because no one else really wanted it. And they're like, if you want it, you can have it. And I told them what it was for, and it's still sitting in a Connex where most of my other stuff that I got to do at some point. I did ask the group I play with, like, hey, I have this stuff to donate. Can I just, like, put it somewhere? And I have to talk with the guy that works at the library that hosts it and see, like, what day I could drop it off and stuff like that. Because 3 boxes is a lot of, like, terrain to give to people. It is MDF terrain. I have one bit of it, not that far. Hold on a sec. I'll just do this one. I had a second piece as well, but this is what some parts of it looked like. It's all MDF that they spray painted black and spray painted white. I started to go in with a makeup sponge and 2 colors of gray paint and just started to sponge it to give it a little bit of a concrete building look. I'm going to paint all this brown to be the woods and stuff and probably do colored glass in there. Or maybe I'll do that as also wood. So I lucked out with that because I have all that terrain. I'm definitely keeping some for when I play with my friends. I'm keeping like enough to do 3 styles of like 2,000 point Warhammer games or 3 kill team style games. I'm going back. I've tried making my own texture paste. It usually dries out on me and all that. Because my parents own a sand pit, so I get like a bunch of free sand from that, which I've used before in making bases and terrain. Grass turf I haven't done yet. I tried. I think I have the stuff for it. I just haven't gone through doing it yet. The last thing you said was, I'm now selling one of mine because I ran out of room and I'm making more. I've been giving stuff away. Hannibal, enjoy the rest of your night. Yes, I plan on doing a Tuesday stream. But I will definitely post a schedule by Sunday. What my stream schedule will be like. Almost got it. Maybe next week, Ben, we could schedule a time to play Kill Team together. Although, also next week, I'm going to try and plan to do a paint night with the guys in Portland. If it's on a night that you're free, would you want to come along and meet everyone?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think you would like hanging out with everyone that is in the group.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. No, definitely up to you. Like, everyone is their own person, so. Okay. Oh, damn mosquito. I didn't get it. It flew away. I wish I dry brushed inside the models a little bit more because it's very dark and black. But that also kind of works for these models too. Because I'm doing them such a dark blue to begin with. That maybe even them just being black works out. But I can see why everyone does a dry brush of white or gray. It looks so much better once you put contrast paint on it. I'll have to stop doing what I've been doing before. I'm still trying to figure out my style with painting as well. I think I'm like... I always try something different because it's good to experiment at any point when it comes to Warhammer painting. But I'm also slowly building my own style. I don't know how well you guys can see that, but that's what I've been looking at, and that's what I'm very happy with so far.
Got a nice gradient.
Yeah. I think the Wrecker is even going to look better. The thing is, like, most of what's being painted is really just black paint because they're hunched over. I'm sure if I did it with, like, these guys, it would have looked a lot nicer. This guy has a good look to him a little bit, but I think I just like this a little bit more. I do have a new speed paint I want to try with these guys, and I bought it for my Tyranids. I'm going to try using Army Painter's green speed paint for the first time. And I'm hoping it actually looks good. I might have to hit where I want it to be really green, all in white first, so it has a more of a bioluminescent glow effect that I'm kind of hoping for. But I think I'll test out, just see how the green is on its own. The music's kind of fitting right now. It's a very sinister vibe. And this Tyranid just gives me a very Grim Reaper look. I've gone through quite a bit of this contrast paint recently. I'm glad I had a second pot in my shelf. Ooh, I would love to see some images of that. So JJ said he's currently building a night hunts diorama for his kid.
What do they look like?
I don't know, but I will have to look up the night hunt in a moment. Unless you want to look it up and then share it with me.
You can do that quickly.
How are we on? They're a Age of Sigmar thing. So type in. You are going to type AOS after you do night hunts.
They look pretty cool. They're like ghosts, reapers.
Oh, I think I know what they look like. Are they holding scythes?
Some of them, yeah.
Yep, I know which models they are because
I sent it through this call.
Okay.
Jeez, this spearhead is $145.
Yeah, Spearhead is actually cheaper than 40k. Spearhead is the combat patrol of of that. Oh yeah, this is I've seen this because this is for sale at the game store that I've taken you to. But you were gonna say, is it too expensive, or are you thinking it's cheaper? For you, is too expensive?
Yeah, $145 for a squad.
It's not a squad. It's a whole box that you can play a game with. So, like, you know how you've been buying all your minis separate?
Yeah. So it's more like a kill team box.
It's more like Combat Patrol, and Combat Patrol it's a smaller way of playing Warhammer, but it gets you like an entire army. So this is like this is a small army that you're seeing for Spearhead, and it's the same thing with the Combat Patrol stuff that I've shown you. That's why where I was like, if you want a full army that's run 500 points, you can get the Combat Patrol. So JJ's saying that
they could work with 40k.
could probably run them as like
Horde
demons. Uh,
Yeah,
J-
that's what I was thinking.
JJ was saying he wants that spearhead box. He doesn't play, but he wants to paint them. But it's actually at a decent price.
Mm.
You could probably run them as some sort of demon if that's how you want to be, or if you just want to get into Age of Sigmar, Ben, I have a Age of Sigmar combat patrol already. And then the two of us.
I mean, I do have that skeleton more.
Yeah, which they're part of the same faction. And then that skeleton guy would, I think, be able to be used with those guys. And then I could let you use my guy that I have painted. Because I think a while ago, this is to let chat know, I took Ben to the local Warhammer store near us. And we got him his codex book because we couldn't find it anywhere else. And we got the mini of the month, and it was a skeleton warrior. Okay. Comparing all these paint jobs. This has the most edge highlight detail, but I think the dry brushing looks the best for the blue. Sorry, I'm not holding it correctly for the camera. I was holding it for myself. Okay, so JJ was saying they're like 40 to 50 bucks cheaper than Combat Patrol and only half as broken. Do you mean like broken as good or broken as bad? Because I have the old Lizardman Combat Patrol that comes with like a dinosaur or a Lizardman riding a dinosaur and then a couple like Lizardman warriors and Lizardman crocs. And he meant broken as good. Rules good, they're fine. Well, that's good to know. I've said this before, and this is up to you, Ben, but I think it'd be cool to see you get the Black Legion Combat Patrol and see you get Abaddon.
Yeah.
But
Abaddon is basically already definitely gonna get.
I would hold off on getting Abaddon though for a while. Maybe like wait until your birthday.
Yeah.
My Discord is in my channel description. I was gonna say it's listed in, yeah, I have it listed there. Another thing I do have listed, I don't really or say it that much during stream. I have a coffee account as well. It's spelled KOFI, and it's if anyone enjoys the stream and wants to support it and help it get any and help improve it, they can donate there, and anything they donate goes right into the stream and the channel to improve upon it for next time. But there's no need, but people don't have to donate. Just having people here to watch and chat and be a part of the community is more than enough as well. Like if I could set a donation limit, I'd do like $1. But yeah, it's it's something else because I don't have like channel membership or anything like that, and I figured, hey, if people enjoyed what I do and wanted to do it, it's there, but it's not a thing I'm gonna push. Maybe at some point I'd open a Patreon, but I've also like heard Patreon takes way more of a cut than coffee does, so that's also why I'm using that. But I also don't feel like I'm good enough to even like have one of those type of accounts yet. I'm still a very small channel. There's like a lot of stuff I haven't done or like kind of what I wanted to do just because I don't feel like I'm there yet as a channel. But I'm getting there. I'm slowly getting there. I have a goal of hitting 200 subscribers in a month. That is the goal right now. I want to have like a little sub counter at the top of stream. I think it's doable with the way this channel's been growing, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't have high hopes. I know if I also like posted videos as well, that would help grow the channel. I just don't take the time. I mean, my true goal, I think, like with every channel, is to get 1,000 subscribers. And when we hit 1,000 subscribers here, I'm gonna finally paint the lion model that I've had sitting on my shelf for a year. So, that's the big goal. Talking about Age of Sigmar as well, they have a bunch of undead factions in Age of Sigmar Warhammer, Ben.
Huh?
I was saying in the Age of Sigmar line for Warhammer, they have a bunch of undead factions. They have vampires. They have the ghosts that you saw. They have the skeleton warriors that you've built.
Yeah.
They do have demons as well in Age of Sigmar. Like, that's where Bellacor's model is set in Age of Sigmar, but you can convert it to 40k.
So what faction are the undead? Like, who's the main boss for them?
Okay, so JD was saying it's vampiric, the mummies, and the skellies. So they're all a part of destruction, I believe, and each one has their own like big leader. I don't know if I assume that like you can run some vampiric units with skeleton units because vampires can do necromancy in Age of Sigmar. I don't know much Age of Sigmar lore as I do 40k lore. I want to learn more. Let's see. What else? There's like 3 main factions in Age of Sigmar. Order, Chaos, and Destruction. And yeah, JJ saying vampire units are mostly comprised of skeletons as fodder. Just because they can like resurrect the skeletons and stuff. There's a
Yeah, so what's the difference between chaos and destruction? It kind of seems synonymous.
I think destruction has orcs and undead in it. Like they just want things destroyed. They don't care to worship the warp or anything like that. They just want things to be nothing. as like chaos wants to corrupt stuff. It chaos wants things around so that they can corrupt it to then bring it to their side to make them worship it and then corrupt more stuff.
I see.
That's how I think it's summed up. And I don't know which. There's like another faction. There's a group of sea elves in Sigmar as well. But I don't know if they're a part of destruction or if they're a part of order. I think they're a part of destruction, but I could be wrong, and I'm okay if I'm wrong. The factions that, I mean, I will admit, these skeletons have definitely piqued my interest in Sigmar, but I've mostly stick with Order because the Lizardmen are an Order faction. They do not like Chaos. I also like, for the god that the setting is based off, Sigmar, I like his units. I think they're Thunder. They're not Thunder Warriors. I forget their name. But they're like, they're gold and blue is most of their colors. They're also like undead warriors, but they're warriors that like Sigmar himself forged into warriors. And the sad thing with them is that every time they die, they lose a little bit more of their soul until they pretty much go mad. And they're like the god that made them is trying to figure out how to stop that, but he hasn't really found a way yet. I mean, Sigmar is talked about in Skaventide quite a bit. Oh yeah, and there's Skaven too, which Skaven are a part of destruction as well. Oh, they might be a part of war or chaos now, because they made their own chaos god. They made a 5th chaos god. So the rats kind of won their universe thing. Okay. So JJ kind of splits it for us. He said, okay, so Chaos / Nurgle wants people to get sick from the flu. Destruction / Undead wants you to die from... I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Pneumonia? Pneumonia? I'm assuming just like from being scared or frightened. So that's the difference between the two. Like, oh, silent P. Pneumonia? Pneumonia. The word is pneumonia, I'm pretty sure. I can't decide which... Yes. I do know what pneumonia is. It's not a fun thing. I think where we're from, people have to worry about hypothermia and then dying from pneumonia quite a bit. No, it's just a deadly type of cold. I mean, I still know what pneumonia is. I just assume it involves that because, like, when you... maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a doctor or a guy that knows his medical history that well, so I won't fight or question anyone on it. Oh, I am correct. Okay. Am I done? Or at least like done with the skin on these guys? I was gonna say earlier, if I was to split Warhammer 40k into like order, chaos, and destruction. Jay said, I worked in direct care with chronically ill people for years. No fun. I wouldn't assume it was fun. That does not sound like a happy or fun work environment at all. That sounds like a very sad place to work some days. Okay. We're at the 3-hour mark. If I can paint all their claws and carapaces within an hour in just speed paint and nothing else, I would consider the challenge complete. I don't think I'm going to get that, and I'm going to spend more time trying to do some detail stuff. I want to anyways do some extra detail stuff, but I don't
do that when you're done with base, right?
Oh yeah, I mean the contrast paint was supposed to be the base layer. Oh, I'm opening a brand new bottle of this stuff. I don't want to open a brand new bottle. I want to open my already open bottle. That's snake bite. I don't want snake bite. This one? Nope. I want this one. So, yeah, if I was to split the 40k factions into like order, chaos, and destruction, obviously you put the chaos marines and the demons into chaos. That's just where they already are. I would put necrons and tyrannids into destruction. Tyrannids just want everything to, they just want to eat everything and destroy it. You know what? I'm also going to throw the orcs in there as well. Because the orcs are already destruction in Sigmar. So they'll be the same in 40k. Eldar and Imperium will be order, but they're two very different lines of order. Yeah, was I not saying it correctly? Oh, and Tau. Tau also go into order as well? Because they believe in the greater good. I'm also going to throw the kin into order as well. Or the dwarves. Okay, I don't like how you paused after that. Am I missing something when it comes to Tau? I'm not a Tau player, so I don't really know. Yes, the Votan. The Votan, the dwarves, the kin.
Well, just know you got it wrong again.
Wait, what? What'd you say, Ben?
Okay. Oh, never mind.
I didn't hear what you said, and you piqued my interest now.
Oh, nothing.
Okay. I feel like that's very limited. That's so much more into like actual like order that it doesn't seem fair to the rest, but Chaos does throw some punches at Order, and Tyranid's pretty strong to begin with, at least in lore, like what you hear about him. I don't know how they are on tabletop and stuff. That definitely is a little conundrum sometimes. You know what? Maybe the Imperium are not actually Order. Maybe the Imperium are Destruction.
I don't know about that. 'Cause they're just trying to destroy everyone, but still have people.
Well, no, that's no. Space Marines are my favorite. So, I have 4 armies, JJ. I have Space Marines, Custodes, Guard, and Tyranids. I started collecting Tyranids because I got the introduction box, the special one that came out with Lieutenant Titus, and I just had the Termagants, and then I grabbed myself a Norm Emissary and started grabbing more from there. So, with that being said, Ben, the Tyranids want to eat everything but themselves. I mean, sometimes. I know there's some high fleets that do. But they want to, like, get all the biomass for themselves. Necrons want to take everything back over and destroy... Well, some want to destroy the other races within the galaxy. I mean, some want to go back to being regular flesh and blood, but some don't care either. The Imperium wants to destroy every Xenos and Chaos thing besides themselves, but they also like destroy themselves from within. That sounds like a more destruction thing than a order thing.
Yeah, but the people who fight against the Imperium aren't aligned to begin with.
No.
They're like rogues.
But also, like, the Imperium fights itself as well. Like, the Mechanicus will kill guard regiments that get too close to their secrets, or they will...
Yeah, like I said, the Mechanicus is its own sub-faction.
Yes, but I'm putting Imperium all together. I'm not sub-factioning it right now.
Yeah, well,
if I was to sub-faction it, then it would split a little bit differently.
Yeah, but have you ever wondered what the Tyranids will do with all that biomass?
Eat it and
Like,
move on to the next galaxy and eat it again. They're just there to eat. Okay, so first I'm gonna...
But what happens when they've eaten everything?
So you're asking something that there's a theory about, and I will get to it. I just want to reply to JJ first. So JJ said, okay, he likes the guard a lot. They have great style and variation, though his favorite is Nurgle and his Dirty Boys. I like some models from Nurgle and all that, but I don't think I'd ever build a Death Guard or Nurgle army. Maybe I'd get a couple models and paint them. Other than that, I think I would leave them be. Now, going to what you were saying, Ben. I don't know how well you know 40k lore, but go ahead. What were you gonna
I
say?
was gonna say I'm iffy on it. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so when Warhammer first began, there was a group called the Old Ones, and they created most of the life within the 40k universe. They could travel through the warp first before any other Warhammer group could. They were like from the warp, or they had control over the warp, but they would travel through the webway that the Eldar use. They actually made the Eldar too. They made the Eldar.
Yeah, I know a little bit.
Okay.
The orcs. Didn't they make them to fight the Tyranids or something?
Nope, they made them to fight the Necrons. The Necrons won the war. Won the war in heaven basically, but they were so beaten back that they would have died to.
Necrons predate the Imperium.
Yes, they do. Necrons are like the oldest race in the galaxy. They're the reason why there's not many old races. The only races as old or older, no, the only races as old or a little bit younger are orcs technically, and Eldar, because the Eldar remember the Necrons because they had to fight a war with them. The Necrons got power in the end because they worked with a group called the Catan, which were gods of the material world. So they couldn't affect the warp or the immaterium. So they had the Necrons do it for them. So there's a theory that the Tyranids, well, because there were some old ones that were still alive even after the battle. Most got destroyed during the War in Heaven. Some got destroyed by the Chaos Gods because the War in Heaven created the first 3 Chaos Gods. Because the warp was very peaceful before like all this war and stuff happened. So the theory is that there are a couple old ones still around, and they want to reset the galaxies to create life again. So they made something that could adapt to any galaxy it goes to, collect all the DNA in that galaxy, wipe it clean, and then give that DNA to something else. So the theory is that the Tyranids were created by the Old Ones, and the Old Ones sent the Tyranids into the galaxy to wipe things in the universe, so the Old Ones could come in and start anew. That's not an official one, I believe, but it's a theory about the Tyranids.
So the Old Ones are still alive?
There's hints at some being alive, I believe, in books and stuff like that, or how certain entities in the Warhammer universe seem to be split stuff. So it's possible that it could be an old one split into multiple little bits, and they can come together. Because it's like really hard to destroy these things, so it's a theory that that's what it is. But it's a possibility. Most of them are dead, though. Most of the old ones are dead. If there's any alive, they're hiding really well.
Yeah. I don't really get that trope. Like, if the old ones are so great, how'd they die?
The Necrons could kill them. The old ones weren't gods; they were still living beings. They just had such a strong affinity for the warp that they could control it really well. That they were almost like gods. But after
What does that say about Necrons being able to kill them?
no Necrons at their height were broken. Necrons were really broken at their height.
Well,
Like,
what happened to them?
well, the war made them really weak afterwards, and the Eldar were starting to become powerful. So,
Yeah, but as powerful as the old ones?
not as powerful, but okay. Here's the thing, Ben. Let's say you go and you do a tag team battle with yourself and another buddy, and your friend and you are mostly fighting one enemy the entire time, who is the strongest like one out of the other two. Your friend, you turn around, knock out your friend because they betrayed you in the past. You knock out the big guy, and then when you're there at round 5 or 10, super weak and not able to fight back, the second guy that was the teammate to the first one comes in, fresh and recharged, ready to kick your ass. Are you going to stay and fight that other guy and maybe lose, most likely lose, because you're already weak and tired? Or are you going to...
Nah, I'd win.
Okay, I figured you'd say that. I'm going to finish my thought anyways. Or would you go and be like, hey, I need a 5-minute break. I'm going to take a quick little power nap and then I'll come and kick your ass later. Because to the Necrons, they don't age. Time isn't really a big thing for them. They can just, like, their plan was to wait out until the very end of, like, when all the other species died off or, like, forgot about them, and then they would come in with all their really powerful gear and stuff and just wipe everybody out. Sadly, they had to wake up a little bit earlier because of the Silent King coming and just being like, hey, the Tyranids are coming. I need you guys to wake up. Most of them were planned to wake up at like the 65 million year mark, like after the battle of the War in Heaven. But a lot of them got woken up early because of the Silent King.
And they didn't go to sleep?
The Silent King didn't.
Like, just
the
go
rest
back to bed.
No, because the Silent King was waking them up to be like, hey, we have a threat coming in. It's going to destroy our entire plan that we had. Because their plan was to wake up and take over the galaxy. If there's no creatures within the galaxy left, because a lot of the Necrons want to find a way to reverse being a Necron. They want to go back to Necron tier.
What? So, what were Necrons before?
They were
being
called...
Necrons?
They were regular... We'll just say humans for simplification. They were regular human-like creatures. They just lived on Mercury and had really bad cancer. And they would live for like...
So, why would you want to de-necrofy yourself?
It's described in... I'm trying to remember the book that I read recently. It involves 2 Necrons. It involves... pretty much, they know they don't have a soul and they can feel it. And they don't like that feeling. And...
Wusses.
Some of them...
Suck it up.
Here's the other thing. Not all the Necrons have, like, a free will. Only the ones that got, like, good bodies have any sort of personality. The rest of them are like automaton warriors. The other thing is that um, when they did the biotransference thing, they can't make any new Necrons. So every Necron that gets fully destroyed is one less Necron a part of their species. Like, yes, a
I
lot of
should have invested in backup servers.
well, that's the thing. They have a thing that can rebuild their bodies and bring back their um like minds and stuff like that. Oh, the Infinite and Divine is what I was talking about. That's another one that you should read. That follows two Necrons in like 10,000 years between the two. But to continue with it, I lost my train of thought for a second. Let me try to remember.
You're saying that they have things to back up to rebuild their body or something like that.
Yes.
I mean, with that tech, why don't they just mass produce a bunch of like pure AI soldiers?
Because it's not as. That's a good question. I don't know. But what I was trying to get at is that every once in a while, I think it's more often with how often they fight and die. Some Necrons can't be brought back. They're just gone. There's also a couple diseases, we'll say, or effects that are affecting all Necrons very slowly.
Or like a computer virus or something?
Kind of. So, one thing that they're dealing with is a thing called I think it's called the flare virus, or really it's just the flayed ones. So, the Necrons worked with a group called the Catan, which were the gods of the Materium world. The thing is, when you kill a Catan, it affects the actual world. So the Necrons killed a minor Catan. Again, in quotes, a minor Catan. They fully killed it and destroyed it. It cursed them.
What is Catan?
Catan is a living energy god. And the Necrons made them bodies. Well, here's the thing. The Necrons made them bodies so that they could actually, like, interact. Because a lot of the time what they did is they ate suns and all that. So the other thing is the Catan ate the Necron souls. That's the other thing, too. The Necrons don't have a soul because they're eaten. That's also why they want to...
They're like warp beings? Like warp gods?
No. They're anti-warp. They're creatures of the Materium. They can't affect the warp. Like, they can't mess with it. So, the Catan were the opposite of the old ones. And they weren't as strong as the old ones. Because the old ones could affect the warp, but the Catan couldn't. But they were also kind of like on even footing at the same time. Like, the old ones were like a slight step above the Catan, but they were also like near equal footing.
Did they cooperate with you?
No. No.
Why not?
Because to them, from how I understand it, the Catan dislike the warp. It's something they can't physically touch or mess with. And the Catan want to eat energy. A lot of times what they did is they ate... Yes. The old ones made the Eldari, and they made the Krorks, that then became the Orcs.
I know that.
Yeah, I was just replying to JJ. He was saying that. I think he was asking a question. Or maybe he was just stating it. Um, honestly, if the Catan got to the warp, it would have been really bad because the Catan would have just eaten all the souls inside it.
So there would be no more war.
There would be there would be no souls inside the warp. So yeah, maybe
No,
there
no demons.
possibly. So I think I
Yeah.
know what you're about to say or like what you're thinking. And I don't know how that would work out.
Mhm.
But here's the thing.
I mean, the old ones didn't need the war. They just could interact with it, right?
The old ones could interact with it and control it. The Catan could
Yeah,
not.
but they didn't rely on it for survival.
Yes they did. Because they were connected to it. I think like they were at the point that they were like a part of it in some way.
Hmm.
There's not much information on the war in heaven. This is going off of like what I've heard secondhand. So
So the Necrons somehow killed something made out of pure energy and got cursed.
there is
Which is kind of ironic because they became Necrons to escape disease, and now have.
they got cursed
They're back at square one.
a little bit. So let's go back to that. You can shatter a Catan into different shards, and they do that to power different pieces of equipment. So like on the tabletop, you can use a couple shards. You can use the Deceiver, which is pretty much the Necrons got tricked into um, turning into actual Necrons. They got tricked by a guy called the Deceiver, who was a Catan or a Catan. He tricked the Necrons. One guy named Orican foresaw that this was going to happen, and it's in the book Infinite and Divine. Honestly, you should read it. It's a good insight into Necrons. And so the Catan, so what the Necrons were willing to do was make the Catan living metal bodies, because somehow on the Necrons planet they had living metal. And in exchange, because here's the thing, the Necron tier, which were the Necrons before biotransference, they met the old ones and asked the old ones, hey, can you like help us with our cancer problem? Like, can you make us live forever? And the old ones were like, nah. Suffer.
Jeez. They're kind of jerks, huh?
Yeah, in that aspect. So the Necrons went to war with them. Got their and then the Necrons here got their butts kicked. And then the Deceiver showed up with his other Catan buddies. Were like, hey, we also know about the old ones, and like they've given us a hard time too. Do you guys want to team up and take them down together? And the Necrons here were like, yeah. And then they got put into a machine that ripped their soul out of their body and gave them living metal bodies after the Catan got them. Like, got living metal bodies as well. And then the Catan ate the Necron souls, or the Necron tier souls. The other thing to keep in mind too is that at this time, all Necrons were under the control of the Catan to some extent. There's only one that really wasn't, but that doesn't come into play until like the end of the battle, and he turns around and he attacks all the Catan and sends the Necrons at them. And that was the Silent King. And then after that, the Silent King let go of control of all the Necrons and made them go to sleep. So he made them go to sleep, relinquish control, and told them like don't wake up until this time, and then he left to go explore the rest of the universe as penance for making his people become the Necron.
Hmm.
So I know I said a lot of information. Not all Necron want to be living flesh. Some do, some don't.
Yeah.
I think Trazen wants to become living. I don't know if Orkin does. He might though.
It's also kind of funny, like how how advanced were proto Necrons? I'll call them.
Uh, Pretty advanced.
And they
They
still couldn't cure cancer.
So the thing is, it was to their base DNA at that point. Their DNA got damaged so much.
Yeah, they couldn't. I mean, like the Imperium, with the help of the Emperor, of course, figured out genetic manipulation. So it's like
Yeah,
they couldn't just rewrite their DNA.
honestly, that's a good question. I don't know if they could or not because I've heard it worded as like they just shot themselves into space as soon as they could and tried to hopefully it cured them that way, and it did not. So let's say let's say as us as a species only live to the age of like 25 as a max, and that's only because we have a cancer disease that affects us before we even reach that. You're gonna
Yeah.
like your science is gonna like slow down quite a bit because the amount of knowledge to teach someone, because by the age of like 10
They
years
didn't have
old.
computers.
No, they had computers. Here's the thing, Ben. You live until 25. You need to teach your 10-year-old son rocket science before you die. And you're 24, and then you die at 25. Like, he's just old enough to learn that. They died
They have children
really
early.
quickly. Well, no, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying they taught them early, but the amount of rate that they died by the time they learned something was really quick. For other context, think of it. I'm trying to think of an animal that doesn't live that long. There's some insects that only live
Yeah,
like
they tend to reproduce a lot. So.
yeah. I think there's some that like don't and they die right after. But the whole point I'm trying to get at is for them advancing, it was slow because they couldn't. They just died that fast, is what it boiled down to. They died so fast that, like, advancing technology to the next generation was very slow. So they just, like, put themselves in ice boxes and shot themselves up into space as soon as they could. So maybe they worked on their medicine, but they died so fast that the tombs that they used to bury their civilians, or yeah, pretty much the tombs that they used to bury themselves in, were larger than their biggest cities. That's how
Why didn't they
fast.
cremate?
That's just an example, Ben. That's an example.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was just joking.
Okay. So, no, they don't want to go back to the cancer-ridden bodies they had, but some want to feel a soul again. The other thing, and then this is what I was saying earlier, and this is what made us go on our whole tangent. When they when they killed the Catan, they didn't shatter it, they killed it. It cursed them with a disease that made them want to flay living beings and eat flesh. A robot species that has no mouth or cannot feel the skin. Again, they lose their mind. This is all they want to do, and it contorts their body. So, you have a species that cannot make any new bodies or cannot make any new bits of themselves. A disease that will slowly turn them mad. You have some that just don't. I think there is like another thing that can affect them. Like rampancy is a thing, and rampancy is when they got too much information. So a lot of Necrons try to keep themselves busy or entertained in weird ways. Like Trazen, who is my favorite Necron, he is
See that collector guy?
Yes, he is. He is the collector. He is building a museum, or a giant museum with like different artifacts and stuff through history.
I don't see how being an archaeologist and zoologist and multi-talented scientist, how's that a bad thing or weird?
It's not normal for a Necron to think like that. It's also like not normal for them to have a smile on their faces like that. The reason why he does it is so that he can keep going, like, through life. It gives him a purpose.
Yeah. It's his hobby. Like, leave him alone.
Well, no. Okay, so here's your thing, Ben.
Silly guy with a hobby.
No, I'm not dissing. I'm not dissing him for his hobby. I love him for his hobby. What I'm saying is that if you could live forever, you would get bored very quickly of almost anything in the universe. You would have done everything at that point. You would have gotten bored and then tried to do some very weird, or just been bored and not enjoyed life. What Trajan is trying to do is keep himself entertained and not go crazy, because there's a theory that if they go crazy and they don't have like a goal and a way of like continuing to be living and all that, they'll go mad with the flare virus and just become one of the many other Necrons that like skin living beings and all that stuff. Like it's honestly living life without a purpose. Like, we all have a goal and a purpose we want to complete in life, and what if you're just super depressed that you can't ever complete it? Would you think life's worth living? Or would you try to find some sort of way to make it have meaning?
I mean, I'm kind of in a similar situation.
What, you mean like depressed and not sure where to go in life?
Yeah.
I didn't know that, buddy.
Honestly, I'm just here for the ride, I guess.
You need to talk about it? I mean, like, off stream? Like, do you want to talk about it?
I mean, if you want.
I mean, I'm here for you, man. I mean, if you're going through stuff, I'm here for you. I don't want you to...
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel too bad. I've been going through it my whole life.
No, I fully get that. I think a lot of people feel that way. I felt that way for a bit, and I still feel that way to this day. That I don't know if I'm even... Someone in chat said, do a talk with your broski. I mean, yeah, Ben, I'm always here for you if you ever need to chat and stuff like that, because Like we go, we spent a good portion of our life having structure in a school and like people you saw all the time, and now we're not really at that point anymore. Like we have to make it for ourselves. We have to like decide like this is what I want to
Yeah.
do.
I
And that's
mean, I guess I just simply overcome it, you know?
over comment.
Yeah, just brute force.
Ah, yeah.
Sort of
You
like a
just
Necron. I just focus on the things I enjoy.
yeah. I was gonna say you just go with the flow, and wherever life
Yeah.
takes you is where it takes you. I was like that for quite a bit with my mentality. And then I realized that if I wanted to complete any of the goals that I want to do, I have to grab life by the horns and start moving in that direction. And
Yeah, but
also
you
roll.
have dreams.
I I do and I don't. I don't know if they're really things I want to do. In the end, they're just things that I also enjoy. I mean, that's
Yeah, but what about the whole buying land so everyone you like can live, have a house?
well, that stems back to like wanting that old comfort of being around my friends in high school.
Yeah,
That's
still a dream,
it's still a dream, and
still a
that's
goal to work towards.
a little bit. I mean, it's not as big as it used to be. I did make that declaration, and I don't regret making it, but I know it's a pipe dream.
Hey, who knows? Maybe the economy will improve.
Maybe I
Maybe we'll have a big old reset
yeah.
within a
Are there things you want to complete in life, Ben? Like what goals do you want to try doing?
Yeah, I don't really have any. I guess one goal is to find someone who thinks like me so I can fight them.
So you can fight them, not as a
Yeah,
significant other, some of
for
that. Just
fun.
fight them. Oh, just for fun.
Yeah, spar. Have like a consistent person that I can really go out against,
Uh, do you remember last year when we went to the Ren Fair and there was the people fighting in the armor and stuff like that?
Yeah,
That's a group in Portland, or yeah, that's a group in a city that meets once a week on a Sunday at a gym and they practice together. If that's something you want to do, and like you want to try doing that, like do it. I have an interest in doing it. I just haven't made the time to do it yet. And
yeah, and I don't have off on Sundays.
true, but I mean you can also take the initiative to be like, hey, can I have this day off and I'll work this day instead? Like, can we change my schedule? Because I have other things I want to do. Again, yeah, your boss could say
Maybe.
no, but you don't have to go.
Well, I
with...
already tried getting Thursday off.
Oh, just for cone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you, what Necrons need is to just find something that they do that never gets old, no matter how much.
Honestly,
Like,
oh no,
no
go
matter
ahead.
how many times I swing a sword, it never gets old.
You know, you know which faction that's very similar to?
What?
Orcs. The orcs have that same mentality.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna read what.
That's why they're the best Xenos. I hope they and the Imperium can coexist.
Maybe. I'm gonna read what JJ sent out real quick. He says, um, he runs a D&D game at his local library, and then that's enjoyable. Like that's other things you can look at too. Like, is there any events going on that you might want to check out. Like, you enjoyed playing D&D. Maybe see if there's a group in the area or something like that. You can get. I mean, I'd like to run a D&D game again. I just don't know who I can get together to do it. Or,
Well, you always have me.
well, yeah, no, that like you're always the first person I think about when I'm like, I want to run a game again. Who can I get? I'm like, I'll get my buddy Ben, and then like, who else can I get? And then it becomes like trying to figure out schedules.
Our duel game was
Yeah,
pretty fun when you DM'd and it was just me.
yeah, there's that. I think I could get a small group together. Um, hell, I played D&D with a group in Portland that we haven't played in a few months, but maybe I did throw the option out there like, hey, if we need a fifth person, I know a fifth person, and I was thinking of you.
Yeah, I definitely join.
I know it's not within your schedule, but if the guys ever play Magic in Portland, like I try to go on Mondays. I know that's not your schedule, but if they do like a Friday or Saturday thing, I'll keep that in mind and we can go and do that. These are the same guys that I'm trying to get into Warhammer and that I'm involving you in. So like, you can also look up things yourself as well, because the Ren Fair thing, like, yes, we enjoy, playing games and stuff together, but, getting out and about and living life in a way, it's something that you can look back on fondly. Like,
Yeah.
even the first time that we went to that Ren Fair together and I had COVID and I felt really sick, I still enjoyed it. I felt bad that we couldn't be there longer. Like, you wanted to be there more, and I fully agree. I wish I could have stayed more. If you want to go tomorrow, I will take you, and we'll just let the guys know if we can make it or not. Or really just anything. Like, if there's...
Man, I could go.
Yeah.
It's just, I probably won't dress up.
No, that's fine. You don't have to. It's like I said this before.
You never did show me the, what was it? Like a Gamberson or something that you said you were thinking of selling?
Oh, no, you were with me last year. You remember that leather long coat I bought for like $700?
Yeah.
That.
I don't remember what it looks like, though.
Oh, that's my parents' place. I can grab it tomorrow and show it to you.
Yeah, I think... What color was it? Like green or something?
It was green accents and leather brown on the outside.
I could see if I could find some clothes to fit that.
Yeah? Yeah, I can certainly. If you got a couple spare belts, we can make it fit you a little better, because it's set for my size, and...
I got plenty of belts.
Okay. That's the other thing, like, keep in mind, but, like, if you have an interest that you want to check out, we can go do that. I mean, next year, we'll go check out the anime convention together.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah. They're a Thursday to Sunday thing. So it's definitely within your schedule, and if you want to keep going in that, or maybe after you work there a bit, you can request time off. It doesn't have to be like consistent. It can be like, hey, can I have this like one day off to go do this thing, and then if there's like a coworker of yours that, because I know in the waitress industry, or at least for my sister. If they want to switch schedules, they like ask their coworkers, or they like post it in a group chat or on a board or something saying like, hey, does anyone want this shift? I'll work this one instead. I don't know if they do that at Walmart, but I would assume as a corporation business they do something similar.
Yeah, they have this like as you work, you get like as like time building up. That's like paid time off or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, paid time off. You should check to see if that builds up every year. Like, if you don't use it, does it roll over to the next year and add to that?
I
Or
believe so.
I would double check. Because if it doesn't, then you need to use it. Or you would be like the people at the end of the year taking a bunch of time off and no one getting it because everyone's trying to get the time off because they forgot about it. Like, also, like, you don't need to like work to live. You're supposed to like, or no, you don't need to
Live to work.
Yeah, live to work. You can work to live. And that's also kind of why I've asked like if you got like a license here or not, because this is some of that freedom of you're able to go do stuff now that you weren't able to before. And I mean, I get it, man.
I have been working on.
Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you have been. Because I'll be honest, I do worry about you, man. I care about you.
Thanks.
Yeah. That's kind of why I've like asked if you wanted to like go do stuff together here and there, like showing you the game store and stuff to be like, hey, there's this cool thing that we can do. I mean, I get it. Warhammer is expensive, and it's not always easy to convince yourself to spend $160 on something. But yeah. So I don't know. Just take some time and think about it, man. Like, even if you got to write down your interest to be like, what do I find interested or interest in? And then research it, because I didn't know about the Warhammer group in the local library until I was researching Warhammer groups that met up in my area. I didn't know about the combat place in the city until I looked up the sport, and then I looked up groups in the area, or like it just popped up into my feed because I was researching this a lot more. So we're fortunate that we have the technology to research anything out there. And just need to do it. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. That also goes for Chad as well. This isn't all information just for Ben. It's stuff I had to learn myself. Because I will admit I had a rough couple years from the age of 23 to 26. Even to now, I still have a couple rough years of like trying to figure things out. Hell, my main goal is to buy myself a house, but I'm trying to figure out how to do that, and that's been a hassle and a half. Or trying to be more social. So, anyway, do you want to talk about something else? Or
Yeah. So going back to what were they? Creatines or something?
the Catan.
Yeah, the Catan.
Yeah.
So if you did just like break off a pinky off of them or something, like a pinky toe or whatever, how much energy would that provide?
Um, I don't know if you would physically have a pinky toe. It's more like you
Oh,
divide.
let's just say
Okay.
scrape some small scrapes off, equivalent to a pinky,
Well,
a pinky-sized patch.
okay. A pinky size
Sure.
Catan, because I believe every time you separate them, they still like are within their body shape. Um, I believe it's a lot. It's a lot of power, cause I'm trying to think. I think like this. I don't mind being corrected here on that, but if I had to assume the smallest one would be like a nuclear power plant. I would say it'd be like that much energy is a small one, and I'll say like a medium size nuclear power plant.
So, what if the Necrons and the Qatar joined forces instead of backstabbing each other? They could be a real force to be reckoned with.
They already were. That's how they won the war in heaven. So they worked together and they won the war in heaven. Again, the Necrons were under the Catan's control, but the ones that had like really powerful suit up bodies of like Necron, like if the Necrons had very powerful souped up bodies, they
Yeah, but
they
like,
had
what if
more of
the
their freedom.
Qatar just didn't put the Necrons under their control, and it was like a mutual partnership?
Um, then they still would have won. I think the war in heaven. Um, the Necrons would have definitely kept their souls, but I think there's something with how they became the Necron affected them in a way. So if the Necrons were able to keep their souls and their metal bodies and work with the Catan, and it would have been beneficial for both, the whole universe of 40K would be way different.
Yeah, they'd probably be ruling it.
They would be. There would be no Eldar. There'd be no orcs. I don't think the warp would even be an issue. I mean, already the Necrons don't worry about the warp because they set stuff up to pretty much shut the warp up. That's why we have a huge crack in the middle of the 40K universe now, because Abaddon broke some Necron stuff and it let the warp like come through. Yeah, he broke these things called black pylons, which were made by the Necrons using their like black stone and other stuff like that. And it pretty much allowed the warp to just break through. Because the war in heaven weakened. It made the warp what it is today. It made it this chaotic hellscape. Because it wasn't always like that. Like back during the age of, well, back when the Necron was still the Necron tier and all that stuff, it was a peaceful place. It was like how most people think of heaven, is how I understand it. But now, because there's been nothing but war and suffering and all this other stuff, it's now just a sea of screaming souls.
Yeah. Oh, sounds like the Necrons need to do some ghost busting.
They're trying to. They are doing something. So I read a book that involved Space Marines and Necrons. The Necrons are going through and silencing the warping areas. They go and they set up like these black pylons again, but they're not the same as before. Because what these ones do is they even dampen down the soul. So the soul in Warhammer is what connects people to the warp, and there are ways of like making it so people can't feel their soul anymore. And the Necrons have a way of doing that, and that's what they're doing. And they also shut the warp up at the same time. So a byproduct is the souls becoming dampened, and it actually affects humans. The main goal is to shut the warp up and not have the warp be a problem anymore. So, yeah, and I saw a YouTube short today of Call. I keep wanting to say his full name, but Call saying that he can recreate the technology that the Necrons have without the soul dampening effect if other tech priests help him. And in exchange, he would share his knowledge that he's gathered from the Necrons. So, I will admit, Call is the biggest. He's the guy that's made the most tech heresy, but he's also done it in a logical way as well. I know we're switching from Necrons to Mechanicus, but pretty much what Call has done is he discovers the techniques that people have used to build a thing, and then he does the thing, and then... So, do you know what an STC is? Or, yeah. Do you know what an STC is?
Is this a Warhammer thing?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So this is like something humans made, but STLs pretty much have a blueprint on how to make really advanced sci-fi stuff that the humans made at one point before they fell from their height of power. So this is before the Imperium, but so what Call's doing is he's finding out the techniques that his ancestors could have had and recreating what the STL is a blueprint of, and then he opens the STL to double check if he's got it correct, and he's able to figure it out without needing the STL. And people were like, a lot of Mechanicus people were like, you're doing heresy. Like, what, like, how did you figure this out? And he told him, like, I'm not doing heresy. I'm using the tools that our ancestors had beforehand, before they had the STLs. I'm testing a method to see if this is how they did it, and it is the case, and I'm then going to the STL and checking if that's correct. And it is correct. So he is like advancing technology, but he's wording it in a way that I'm not advancing it, I'm just figuring out what people have already done without needing their help from technology.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Now, if anyone else was to do it, because the Mechanicus don't want to advance, they believe that all technology has already been discovered. It's just, or no, all science has already been made and is out there. We just have to rediscover it through STLs and all that. The problem is that there's not a lot of STLs. They're very rare. and they. Oh, yeah. How am I gonna word this? Yeah, I'm not sure where I was going with this. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's technically correct, but science is just the observation of reality.
Yeah,
You know, it's all out there. We just gotta find it.
yeah. Oh, I mean, fully. Like, all the technology, like, all the science in the different Warhammer factions are a thing that any of them can do. They just have to figure out that technology to do it. But
So
then, oh, go ahead.
I'm
What?
just wondering, what exactly are souls? Like,
Um,
if the Necrons can exist without them, like, what, what does the soul do as a function?
the soul is a connection to the warp. There are some humans that don't have souls, and they put
Yeah,
that effect on
blanks.
blanks. So blanks put that effect on other people, and it feels like having a wet towel or like a wet shirt on your body, like a cold wet shirt. You feel gross and icky. I can say that recently now because it's been so hot. I've been sweating through my shirts, and then when you hop in a truck with like
Yeah,
cold AC going, I hate it, and I can't let it be on my skin. I hate having my like wet shirt on my skin. I just feel all like just weird, just not right. So the soul is like the the flame in the warp. Like it's your flame in the warp. For most humans, it's like a little match. It's a little match light. Not no one's really going to notice a match light in a sea of lights. Now, a psyker and a psyker is more connected to the warp. They are more like a candle or like a torch. They're more apt to be seen by the demons in the warp because their soul is brighter.
mm,
So it's their connection to the afterlife. It's an actual connection that if you take it away, everyone can feel that the connection's gone. They don't know that it's their connection because we're all just used to having one. Like if we do have souls and you remove us or and like you remove them, we're gonna feel it. We're gonna know that something's wrong with us because we'll
yeah.
have this like feeling of
So
something's not right.
Necrons are kind of like blanks.
Yes. Although I read in a book today that there is a Necron that does like a warp chicanery thing, and it got affected by a blank. And I'm like, I thought Necrons couldn't do warp stuff and couldn't be affected by blanks.
Yeah, I mean, the writers aren't gonna get it right every time. They'll forget stuff.
No, but it also could be like some sort of like weird sorcery thing. Okay, going on that, I've gotten the brown done on these two. It's not perfect. I'm definitely gonna paint over it. I see I missed a lot on the blue and stuff. What I'm realizing, and I'm going to talk about the painting here for a second. I'm not ever going to paint my minis, or I'm not going to prime them in white again. I might do it this way, but unlikely of priming them black and then priming them white with a little to be like a light focused, and then I edge highlighted. I might do it this way again, but unlikely. I'm gonna stick with doing the dry brushing, because even though you can see the blue color on the bodies and all that, it's so dark that if I didn't do it, you could also be like, oh yeah, it's black, because that's the dark shadow area. And then the little bit of highlight that it does catch from the dry brushing works really well. I'm going to test it. I'm going to test the brown next on these guys, but I also know we're pushing 11 o'clock, and if I want to be up at 9, or up before 9, I at least want some decent sleep. Are you okay? I want to leave our area by 8:30, so I guess I'll try to get to your place by 8:15, maybe 8. I'll let you know, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you can also...
I might be able to wake up by then.
Yeah, I mean, and it's only if you want to go. I'm not going to force you if you don't want to go, or if you rather do some other stuff. But...
I got nothing on my plane.
Okay. And I might camp with them there tonight, but honestly, I probably won't, because I don't like staying there super late anyways. And it's an hour drive back, so... But I guess I'm just saying, like, if I was going solo, I might do this. If I'm going with someone else, I'm definitely coming back. So, but testing that brown on it, it looks very well. Zoom up. It's still wet, but the dry brushing is doing exactly what I want it to do. Or it's done exactly what it was supposed to do. Hi, Rory. What's up? So I just wanted to test that on the dry brushing before I continued with that. Okay, I'm going to clean this off. But for anyone watching, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and you enjoy your weekend. I will be streaming again Tuesday from hopefully 6 to 10 Eastern Time. If you can make it, awesome. If not, no worries. If you enjoyed the content, feel free to leave a like. And if you want to see more, go ahead and subscribe. If you want to be a part of the community and chat with all the awesome people in chat here off stream, or share your Warhammer stuff or any other hobbies you have, there's a link to the Discord in my description. With that all being said, I want you to go out there and make something awesome. I know you will.